Okay. So, nostalgic train. Let me see again. What was this all about? Ah, this is a mystical and melancholic first person adventure and walking simulator set in the Japanese countryside. Sounded like something I would really like to play, so here we are. Let's jump in. I'm floating within an eternal wrapping of darkness. This world of obsidian black is as heavy as the ocean depth, burdened with clinging viscosity. It presses down relentlessly, freezing cold trying to cross my skin, my fingers, the insides of my eyes, my everything. And yet still I must reach up towards the heavens. I must escape from this prison into which I have been cast. So poetic, but how? It feels like I'm down in a deep slumber. My consciousness seems to be blending into this infinite vista of light. Daylight? My entire body feels faintly warm. Is this going to be it for me? Is this my eternity? I realize a sound is now reaching, scratching deep inside my ears. The sound of cascades. To start with, it's only faint and distant. It swells like wave, rushing towards crescendo before slipping away again. A little longer and it becomes clearer, more pronounced. An image swells up in my mind of trees filled with cascades and each one desperately chirping away their brief slice of summer. In the same moment, warm and humid air bathes my entire body. It isn't unpleasant. It feels clingy, sticky, like being enveloped in syrup. Such warm and pleasant feeling. The light all around me is so brilliant, I can't even open my eyes. Soon, however, I notice dim patches like clouds amid the brilliance. They dampen the light down. I raise my hand to try and block out the sun. This seems to make my surroundings easier to see. I also become more present of my body. Okay, I have hands, I have eyes, I have my body. Of course I do. And yet it still feels like some big revelation. I start to move my arms, bend my fingers, and confirm my body. The brilliant white all around me gradually calms down. As it does so, my awareness of self and my surroundings sharpens. Gradually, I find focus. Yes, I'm sitting down. Sitting on a hard wooden bench, a vivid orange color has started to spread before my eyes. Above that brilliant strip, there's dazzling blue sky, a summer sky spreading as far as the eye can see. I fix my gaze intently on the clouds suspended listlessly against the blue. Then I realize that I'm sitting beneath some kind of roof. I slowly take a moment to look around. I'm still surrounded by the ongoing cacophony of cascades. A dusty smell fills my nostrils, the odor of old wooden buildings. I know what this place is, an old train station. And now it's raining. There's even a train stop at the platform. I can't see any people. I can't hear any talking. Okay. There's no wind and it's like clouds. The very air around me is pinned in place. The inside of my head starts to drop. Uh-oh. If this is a station, was I headed somewhere? If the train is here, maybe that means I just arrived. I regain all my faculties at last, my surroundings coming into complete clarity. It might have just stopped raining because I see vapor rising from puddles on the ground. What was I doing here? I really have no idea. I try to remember, to think back, but all I can see is the white filled world from before. What happened to me? Why did I suddenly wake up here? Of all places. I look at my hands again, still puzzled, wondering if I have any possessions with me. Nope, I don't seem to have anything. My name? Nothing. I don't even know that. My family? The house I grew up in? Nothing comes back. I look down at my pure white one-piece dress I'm wearing. A breeze suddenly blows past me. The air comes alive. The straw hat on my head is almost blown away, but I hold it down with one hand. Just like the sound of the cascade slowly worked its way into my body, now something else is slowly filling my body. A clingy sense of dread. I don't know where I live, who I am, even my name. What should I do now? There has to be something. I woke up here, which means I must know this place. I need to look around and try to find clue, a hint, a fragment of anything to jog my memory. If I find people, if I talk to them, I'm sure to find someone who knows me. Something has happened to me, and my memory has become muddled. Okay, that's all. I start by taking a look around the station. Maybe having made that decision, I slowly stand up. Okay. Is the sound super loud? Oh, okay. Press R2 and the next place you can search will glow. Take a look around the station. Press triangle to change option settings and check the control. Okay. Yes, because I still kind of feel... I should look around the station. Okay. Oh, wait a minute. But how did I... I can't get the options back. Well, I hope it's not too loud. R2. Oh, well, what is this? Hello? I don't have any recollection of the station named Natsugiri. Why did I wake up here? What made me pass out? Yeah. Oh, I don't have any... Yes, okay. I get it. What about this umbrella over here? Was this mine? How did I... Okay. Oh, here we go. Okay, R2. Oh, there's many glowing points. Okay, this is the toilet. There's a public restroom here. No one appears to be using it. And I don't need to either. Okay. Then there was something over here. How far do these tracks lead? I don't know. I don't know. Maybe we can check. Then there's one over here. There's no people in here. Nowhere. A small staff room for a small station. It looks like someone was working here recently, but I can't see anyone here now. Trains probably only depart infrequently from such small station. When the staff are on a break, maybe they are. Go away somewhere? Teacup? Oh, looks nice, tiny town. Okay, yeah. I don't really see anything else here. Okay, where next? Chloe. I was already there. And I was over there. And over there. Should I go the other side? I should look around inside the station a little longer. Oh. Oh. Well. What are we looking? Oh. It's 10:10. Hmm. Are we waiting if the staff is coming back? Or jump to there? Haha. I don't really see anything else. Can I go into the train? Oh, I can! Oh, I didn't know that. Can I go here? No, I can't. Oh, wait a minute. Now this reminds me of the scary game I was playing before Christmas. Find yourself? Oh, the train doors are wide open. but there's no sign of driver, conductor, or any passengers. The train is completely quiet and slumbering metal giant. Maybe it will get underway soon. And we are in the train. I don't think there's anything more for me inside the station. I'll try heading out into the town. Oh, okay. Then I have a good idea. Stations always have no notice board right outside them. That should have a map and tourist information. There might be something there to trigger my memory. I decide to head outside and take a look. Well, do I now? What if I wanna go into the train? Okay, there's nothing in the train. Okay. Okay. Can I go outside? No, not from here. Okay. So outside there's usually tourist information and a map. Hello? Like right it's usually I should look around the vicinity. I was looking. I didn't see any maps. This is a vending machine. Okay. I don't see any maps though. This looks like the thing. Ah, welcome to Natsugiri town. There's a brief description of the town and the map here. Hey, I didn't see any maps though. A quiet mountain stream, soothing beach, historical shrine, and a spread of nostalgic countryside scenery. There's some more stuff about some old mysterious legend. Huh? But overall, it seems like a pretty unremarkable countryside town. Okay. Is this really where I'm from? I hope I can meet someone I know. I look around but see no sign of any cars or people. Ah! I turn around and notice something promising. There's a shabby old bookstore across the road, and the door appears to be open. There might be someone inside. I should go over and take a look. Bookstore, you say? And there should be a bus. Bookstore. Uh, Bookstore. This is the only place that has door open. Alright? Yeah. Can I take the bike? Let's go for a bike ride. No. Damn it. Oh yeah, it is a bookstore. Tiny one. Hello! I call out number of times, projecting my voice to the back of the store. No matter the number of times I call, however, I get no sense of anyone actually being here. But no, that's not quite right. The old books are piled up hazardously on the shelves and in cardboard boxes. The slightest tremble could set off an avalanche of paper. The fan isn't turned on, but there's not much dust. There's a hand towel the owner was probably using, and the calendar has been ripped off recently. It's like someone might appear any moment, like they could already be standing here. But I still don't hear any voices. It's like everyone has just evaporated into the thin air. But what if I am the owner? The only sound ringing out now is my footsteps, a fact that only makes me feel even more alone. I narrow my eyes to take in the interior and strain my ears to hear. There's just rain. Um, there are posters here for things like the Natsugiri floating lanterns event and the summer festival. Maybe all the town folks are off getting ready for that. That though helps me to calm down a little. A book catches my eye and I flip through the pages. It almost feels like I'm just killing some time with a little free reading while I wait for my train. I almost expect the old bookstore owner to nonchalantly sew up, grumbling about this not being a library. And then more passengers for the train would appear too, and this coincidental moment of abnormal silence would shatter into safety. I can make it through this, I'm sure. I can beat back in the anxiety growing inside me. I take a moment to keep the tears from spilling from my eyes and look over the title of books and magazines. One magazine catches my eye with the feature article called Spirited Away in Natsugiri. So everybody has just disappeared. That's what you're saying. The magazine seems to handle mysterious happenings and strange legends from around the world. There are some pretty bizarre articles, including about water couplings in Europe and incantations to change the person's fate. The pages are all yellow and look ready to fall apart. Someone must have picked it up because of the article about their hometown, eventually leading it to this graveyard for print. I use the contents page to find the article in Natsugiri and start to read. At a glance, Natsugiri seems like a normal countryside town, but dig a little deeper to find persistent legends of people suddenly vanishing. I called it. While researching this article, we talked with the former principal of Natsugiri Elementary School, who wishes to remain anonymous but is also a local historian who has tracked these legends himself. Hmm. The legends of vanishings from Natsugiri, he told us, date back to when defeated soldiers first settled here during the Genpei period. Children, old folks, adults, and even entire families can just vanish one day and never come back. People say they were taken by bandits or fell into the river, but what they really whisper about, what they really think is that the mysterious powers present in this place are to blame. Even today, parents still tell their children what they need to behave, or they might be spirited away. Or they might say, treat your parents right, treasure your friends, or everyone you care for might be spirited away instead of you. Do you want to be alone? Do you? Well, that's dark. What's even more interesting is that if one of the vanished gets very lucky, they actually can come back. A traveler at the end of the Edo period was passing through the town and apparently met with just vanishing. He vanished, but then, not long afterward, he also came back. There's a record of this event from the start of the Meiji period. Interesting. Of course, there's no way to confirm the truth of it today. The record states that the traveler was suddenly enveloped in a bright white light and then awoke. His memory is gone in this village, but with no one else here. When he awoke, and he didn't even know who he was. He had no memory of even coming to this place. So, exactly this is happening to us right now. Everybody else is gone, and we just woke up here without any memory. Okay? There were fires in the fire pits and tools out in the fields like people had just been here. Oh, there. But he was unable to see a single soul, unable to find anyone at all. He desperately searched the deserted village for any clues to get back to the real world. This is purely conjecture on my part, dear reader, but it sounds like these vanishings in Natsugiri involve individuals somehow finding their way into an overlapping parallel dimension where they can share the same space as other people but not see them. In any case, the former principal continued his story. Wow. The traveler desperately searched for a way back to the world he came from. After walking the entire village from corner to corner, pillar to post, he happened to notice a faintly shining object. Something down on the ground was glowing like a ball of light. He gingerly reached out for it, and when his fingers made contact, he saw glimpses of someone in the real world. Memories and feelings connected to that person flowed into him. This part is pretty vague, but it seems that touching something and imparting a strong intent into it allows some kind of message to be transmitted to the real world, triggering someone on that side to also remember the person who was vanished. The truly frightening thing here is that just as the one who vanished loses their memory, the people in the real world also rapidly start to lose their memories of the person who was vanished. Okay, so it was through the use of an item, some media that connected the two worlds, that they remembered each other. In the blink of an eye, the traveler was back in his original world, like he had never vanished at all. The world just blinked around him, and before he knew it, he was standing on the hill by the river, right around where Natsugiri Elementary School now stands, and that's where the records end. Okay, after account from the principal, the author of the article goes on to provide his own theories. There's also a selection of illustrations and photos intended to more to purport the reader than what? Okay, I hardly even see the images anyway. Surrounded in a white light, not even knowing where you are. A child cascades down my entire body. My legs are trembling, preventing me from moving. Child, chill. God damn it. When I started reading, I thought the people of the town were the ones who had vanished, but now it sounds more like I'm the one who's been whisked away from my original world. Yes, correct. This all seems too similar to be coincidence, but Is such thing really possible? It could be some elaborate, well put together prank, or I might just be having some kind of extended dream that still sounds more like to be. I feel sweat running down my back. I blink my eyes over and over to see if that makes any difference. Thinking how stupid this is, I take my cheek and arm and pinch them hard. Not only do I fail to awaken, but the pain in my cheek and fingers, the clammy feeling of my skin, the nail marks left in my arm, all of these things only heighten the feeling of reality around me. The person from the past in this article made it back. That means I still have a chance. On the reverse of that, however, there might have also been people who were completely forgotten and vanished forever. Mhm. Could I maybe meet people like that in this world? Or have I been cast into my own solitary world with no one else here at all? Am I fated to vanish without any idea who I am, with everyone who knows me also forgetting my existence? Gripped by that fear, I vowed to somehow get myself back. I remember the article. The traveler returned in the area around the grounds of the elementary school. Yeah, if I go over there, I might find further clues. I look around. Then I recall the map on the station notice board. The elementary school should be up the hill after turning right from leaving the bookstore. Okay, up the hill after turning right from leaving the bookstore. Okay, I should head in that direction while keeping an eye out all around me. Those white sparkles I've been seeing seem to just a link between this world and the one I left behind. They also seem to be the only clues I'm going to get at the moment. I need to head to the school. Ah, okay. Damn, I need water. Mm. So, after leaving the bookstore, turn right and up to the hill. And is there any glowing? Aha, there is a glowing thingy over here. This is some kind of coffee shop. It's not open. It says cafe only below the name. I can't see any customers and can't smell any coffee either. Sad thing. Hey, what a cute vehicle. Three-wheeler. It says up the hill. Oh yeah, up there. Yeah, there's some kind of fire going on. Huh. Okay. There's one of the sparklers over here. It says that this shrine was built during the Kamakura period. The people who moved to this area during that time experienced various disasters and strange phenomena and created this shrine in order to quell the powers responsible. Okay, I hope we can go there. Should I go there right now? Okay, let's go. There's nothing. Ah! But I wanna! I wanna go there. Okay, so this is the school, right? This is the elementary school. I can see a light from the direction of the school itself. I should head toward it. There's lots of raining happening. So beautiful, tiny town. I don't see any light though, but I think we have to go inside. No? Hello? No? It said there's some kind of light. I don't see any lights. Hello? Hey, Handut. Good evening. Yeah, it's. What is the time here? 1. 1 p.m. There's nothing to do in this direction at the moment. Ah, how is it going? I am playing this really eerie walking simulator and I have no idea where to go now. It says don't go there, don't go up there, but where should I go then? There has to be one of the sparkling thingies somewhere over here. Yeah, I am a little bit lost here, to be honest. There is nothing to see here. Oh, can I go this way? Oh, I can. Wait a minute. There should be those like sparkling light balls anywhere here that gives me some kind of clue what to do, where to go, but they stopped here. It just said that there's some kind of light coming from the school's direction. I don't see any lights. Um, hmm. What if can I go up here now? Nope. The game says nope. Nothing to do in this. Okay. 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 I I hear you. There's flowers. Eh. Yeah, honestly, I didn't know about this game at all. I just was scrolling through all all new games and I was like, oh, what is this? Some peaceful and nice looking walking simulator. Sounds kind of cool. Um, so here we are. Let's see if there are any clues here. No. Interesting. Probably can't go this way. It kind of looks like it. um, okay, so there must be something at the school. But I can't go inside. Oh. Hey, wait a minute. Is that one? There is one over there. Look. Shenmue games? No, I haven't. I reach out for a life preserver, half buried, half hidden in the school grass. Maybe a child playing down on the riverbed forgot to take it home. It's semi-deflated and would normally be easily overlooked. Okay. But it's also glowing with a mysterious light, and I sense instinctively that it has some connection with the real world. My fingers touch it. The instant they do so, a wave of white light washes over my entire body. Everything instantly turns completely white. I hear people talking, distant, their voices warped. Is this the other world I'm seeing? A scene from the real world? It doesn't feel real to me though. My body isn't there. I reach out with my arms, but there's no reaction. The scenery, smells, sounds, and memories of people, everything is flowing into me from the life preserver in my hands. The sound of river is rushing loudly. Just a moment ago, the river was flowing peacefully alongside of the school grounds. Now the water changes to mud mixed brown and sweeps by in a vicious torrent. The air is thick with the smell of moisture. The sky is covered with roiling black clouds. Okay. There's almost no rain actually falling, but the ground is little more than a mudslide. It seems heavy rain has caused the river to rapidly rise. Help! I hear the cry, so faint almost completely drowned out by the churning of the water. Upriver, close to the base of the walls, I see a small black head bobbing up and down amid the writhing brown torrent. Oh my god. The child can't have long left being swept along the incredible speed. In the next instant, right at my side, I hear small footfalls, desperately splashing towards me through the mud. A boy who happened to be in the school grounds has noticed the imminent tragedy and comes running over. He fixes his eyes on the drowning child, but for a few moments more, the second child still does nothing, seemingly frozen in place. I can see his legs and lips trembling ever so slightly. His eyes are wide open, but he doesn't know what to do and seems unable to do anything other than watch the child drown. Wow, this muddy torrent is no place for another child after all. He won't be able to make a difference even if he jumps in. The child shakes his head a few times, trying to push down his fear. Then he looks around. He finds a litter preserver at one side of the school grounds, maybe forgotten by someone, maybe blown there by the wind. It's the same object that I'm holding. What I'm seeing here is the memory of this world as it relates to this life preserver. The child thinks for a moment longer, but then he makes his decision. Dashing forward with the life preserver in hand, he slips down the bank towards the river. Even if he can't swim, even with all the mud, that preserver should keep him from drowning. That preserver should allow him to save the child. Maybe that's what he's thinking. He slides down the riverbank from the school grounds and leaps into the brown water. But the volume of water is just too great and its surface too rolling. Both children are tossed like dry leaves. They pop up, then sink down again, with no sign of them drawing closer together. It only takes moments for them both to be swept away downstream. If they reach the ocean, there's surely no hope for them to be saved. At the bridge downstream, adults have noticed the drowning child and are starting to come out. It starts with the woman on the bridge as she sends up a cry. She might be the mother of the first of the drowning children. She calls the name over and over, crouching down while clutching her head. Then I see a second adult, a man, rushing over the bridge. He has a hat and a nightstick, allowing me to identify him as a policeman. He gives his hat to the woman and jumps over the bridge railing into the water. He begins the same bobbing and sinking, and for a moment I think the mudslide will take him too. But he doesn't let his wet, clinging clothing hold him back, and he gradually takes command of the mud. While struggling through the current, he makes progress towards the first of the drowning children. In moments he has grabbed the child firmly with his arm and then starts swimming back towards the bank. It all happens so quickly. I search around desperately for the other boy who jumped in. Even with the life preserver, he is completely unable to exert any control. Just when I think he's in the clear, his body is smashed into the rock, and his head takes hard knock. The life preserver slips completely off his body, and he vanishes into the torrent of mud. All this happens in the same moment the policeman reaches the bank with the first child. All the attention of the adults is fixed on that boy, the first one who fell into the water. Everyone runs over to him. Everyone is worried about him. I search again for the boy who's still in the water, hoping for him to rise up again. By now he's well past the location of the policeman. He looks like nothing more than a scrap of tattered clothing far away in the mud. He is washed out to the sea without anyone noticing. The memories that follow these events also flow into me. Night falls. Without anyone realizing, the second boy jumped into the river, and without realizing he fell into the attempt. The villagers are caught up in taking the first child to the hospital and shoring up the damage to the roads caused by the landslides. It takes more than half a day for the adults to realize another child is missing. The full-scale surge only begins after darkness falls, the clouds clearing and the cold moon shining down. Time continues its resolute, regulate march with no signs of the boy. No one saw him drown, after all. The morning light beautifully illuminates the village, and the people start to murmur about another vanishing. When his cold body is finally discovered, washed up on the beach. Oh, that's too much. My eyes burn with sadness. I squeeze my eyelids tightly and then look up. I find myself looking at the same quiet river that was originally here. I'm back in my empty, private world. Everything I just saw was a memory of the real world transmitted through the life preserver. I can't see anyone in this world I've wandered into, but I can witness scenes from my original world by contact with objects strongly tied to memories of that place. I look intently at the life preserver in my hands. The magazine article said that finding something which connects the two worlds is the key to returning home. This life preserver could be one such link to the real world, but it's also the reason why such terrible thing happened to that boy. Even if he hadn't jumped in, the first boy would still have been saved. I wonder if I can't stop the boy from acting and so prevent this tragedy from ever occurring. By, for example, hiding this life preserver. Interesting. I hear a sound mixed in with the wind and the river. Something I haven't heard here until now. A man-made noise. Wow, is there somebody in here? The sound of the railway crossing. This is the first sign I've had of anything working. Does this mean that the train is running now? It might provide a way for me to get back home. Oh wait, but we don't know where's home though. With the life preserver still in my hands, I decide to head back to the station. Well, that was tragic. Let's see. I highly recommend Shenmue. 1, 2, 3. Really slow paced and nice games. Some action fight, but lots of walking and searching clues. Lots to do outside main story. Collecting stuff, working, playing in arcades, training. Also great story happening in Japan and Hong Kong in the 80s. Oh! Thank you. I will check that for sure. Sounds something I would probably like. Thank you, thank you. Oh, you hear that? I can hear that. And there's definitely something happening. I had hoped someone might be here, that I might have returned to my own world, but the place is as deserted as before. There's still no staff and no people waiting for the train, but the crossing continues to shine, and the doors to the train stand open. They seem to be inviting me inside, ready to depart at any moment. What? Can we go inside? Are we going somewhere? Okay. With the life preserver in my hand, I board the train as stuff inevitably sucked inside. Oh, Okay. Yeah, where are we going? Whee! Oh, I can run too. Well, this is fun. Trip with the train. A little bit spooky though, because like nobody is actually driving the train. So, whoa, what was that? Where did I go? Jesus. Okay. Oh, there's a tunnel. Whoa. Uh oh. There's a tunnel. Oh my god. I'm pretty sure this wasn't like scary game. Okay. Wait a minute. Ow, my ear. We are back in the same station. Oh no. I wonder what kind of strange development this is. Without anyone else showing their face, the train started up like magic and then returned to the same station from which it departed. Yeah, there still isn't anyone here. I hear the waves in the distance, the unchanging chorus of the cascades. Yeah, I suddenly feel pain in my fingers. I'm gripping the life preserver so hard that my hands feel cold. The joints in my fingers highlighted white. I look around, everything is still so quiet, but something I can't exactly explain, something about the air of the place, also feels very different. Is this the same world as before? It almost feels like the train has taken me to a new one, seemingly identical to the last one, but also different in some vital way. I'm drawn out of the train and back towards the school. Okie dokie. Great. Yeah, everything seems like it was before. Can I run? Okay. There's something new up here. At the spot where we were, I stand in the same spot, and the scenes from the real world flow into me once again. Mhm. The river becomes a roiling torrent of mud once again. The drowning child cries out for help, splashing through the mudslide of a riverbank. The second child arrives and hesitates, unsure what to do. Everything is the same as my first time experiencing this. He quickly collects himself and starts looking around, looking for anything he could use, something like a life preserver. But this time he doesn't find it. Taking it on the train with me has made it vanish. Wow. The sound of the boy in the river shouting, "Help me," reaches the ears of the boy on the bank. There's clearly a violent struggle inside his small body, as to whether he should just throw himself in anyway even if it means almost certain death. But without the life preserver to bolster his courage, the boy is unable to do anything. His body is too small to hope he can survive the torrent. He covers his ears with both hands and crouches down on the spot, closing his eyes tightly and looking downward. It's almost as if facing with this world is with child is drowning in front of his eyes. He wishes to be able to vanish from it, escape from his inability to do anything. A moment later, however, the adults downriver take up their same shouting, a child is drowning. Things after that play out the same as before. The policeman throws off his jacket, jumps in without a second thought, and brings the drowning child to the bank. A breath of sigh of relief. It looks like no one got hurt this time. I press my hand to my chest. Then I look at the second boy. His heart about to be crushed as he desperately tries to escape this world. Okay. You've been saved too, I wanted to tell him. You and the drowning boy, both of you. There's nothing for you to worry about now. The boy still hasn't moved. Is still crouching in the exact same position. Before too long, more adults arrive in the school grounds. They shout in panic, asking where the drowning child is. Once they can see downriver, they realize the policeman has already completed the rescue and relax. Then they notice the boy covering his ears and crouching on the ground. The adults look at each other and they move towards him, puzzlement on their faces. Hey kid, what do you think you are doing here? One of them, middle-aged man, angrily asks the boy. The other adults all start to take up the same accusation. Oh, okay. Were you just watching as Masaki drowned? Is that it? So the drowning boy's name is Masaki. The other adults also surround the second boy and berate him. You could have at least started shouting, raised the alarm. You are lucky that the policeman noticed and was able to save him. If it had taken any longer, the poor boy would have been swept out to the sea. The others take up the same chant, belittle the boy who was unable to do anything. It's cruel for them to demand a child make such decision under such intense circumstances. Not to mention, in the other world that I saw before, he did bravely try to save the boy and drowned as a result. I get angry at this attitude from the adults. Masaki is the son of the president of the big department store chain. If something happens to him, it would be terrible for all of us. Okay? Hey, enough of this. We need to get over to the policeman and get help Masaki to the hospital. If we don't fix it, it will be noticed later for sure. The adults dismiss the second boy for now and move quickly away. It seems the boy in the river is something of a big deal around here. Even so, the attitude of those adults is terrible, giving no thought to the poor boy at all. I look at him intently, still seething with the anger myself at how they treated him. He still has his ears covered, for his part, looking downward. I can't tell if he's crying upon the tears or still just squeezing his eyes shut and hoping to escape from this world. The child slowly fades from view. Then I start to hear the voices of a large number of students. The sky is now blue and clear. The children are sitting on the dry ground, all lined up, listening to the principal talk. For a moment, I think maybe my vanishing has ended and I've been returned to the real world, but that isn't the case. Scenes from the real world are just flowing into me again. I try to touch the children, but I can't. Their voices still sound like they are reverberating in from far away. The principal stands in front of them and clears his throat. His face is the same as the photo of the man I saw in the magazine article about the disappearances, although his hair is a little darker and fuller. In the magazine it had said former principal. Ah. I'm seeing him from time when he was still the actual principal. It feels like connections with all sort of time periods from Natsugiri's past as flowing into me. Mm. The principal starts talking. There's a child standing at his side. It's Masaki, the boy who was in the river. I thought that life or death experience might have throttled him, but he actually looks pretty pleased with himself, like he's there to get a medal or something. Morning assemblies like these are probably normally pretty boring affairs for the kids, but after the experiment of the near drowning, everyone is paying close attention to what's being said. The principal explains how dangerous the river is when it is swollen. He praises the bravery of the policemen. He comments on how important the lives of each and every children are, how they are unique in the whole wide world, irreplaceable if lost. He finally emphasizes that in any of them where to see someone drowning, they should immediately start shouting and get some help from some adults. He looks over the students, taking his and every one of their faces. Okay. Masaki, standing at the principal's side, also looks from face to face, nodding as he does so. Then I notice one boy sitting at the back, with his face buried in his knees. That's the boy from the riverbank. He's the one who's suffering the most as a result of all this. The morning assembly ends and there's a short break before lessons. Everyone runs over to surround Masaki and starts asking questions. Was it terrible, frightening? Did his parents cry? Masaki still seems pretty full of himself, looking over them like some kind of conquering hero. He boasts about his return alive, saying he's confident he can face any further troubles life might throw at him, completely ignoring the fact that he was weeping like a baby when the policeman saved him. I'm getting a feeling for the state of relationships at the school. This Masaki kid is the kid of a local celebrity. Even if he's actually a bit of a coward and a crybaby, this is a small countryside town. Maybe the power and influence of his parents allows him to use the other kids like his personal henchmen. The attitude is causing him to lose sight of himself, even if the kids around him have started to see what's happening. Their parents have probably told them not to be rude to him. Some of the kids might really see him as their leader. Then I turn my attention to the second boy, the boy who covered his ears and tried to escape from the world. The other students are still all milling around Masaki, saying how incredibly it is that he survived that muddy torrent, and how there was at least one coward who watched the whole thing without calling help, throwing some shade on the second boy in the roundabout way. The boy in the question stands up, saying nothing to anyone, and walks over to the far side of the grounds, as though he can't hear any of the chatter around him. He has to be pretending, of course. Then he stands at the spot where he saw Masaki in the river. The life preserver is there, returned by me. He looks at it with an odd expression, then suddenly grabs it with both hands and picks it up. Perhaps a powerful feeling that he can't express in words is rising up inside him. Or perhaps images from the unseen otherworld. He gives a shout and throws the life preserver into the river. Few people nearby look around, but most of them are heading unaware back into the school. The life preserver is caught by the wind and doesn't even reach the river, rolling and tumbling away across the riverbed. There are tears pouring from the eyes of the boy. One kind-looking girl notices him and moves over, but he quickly drives her off. Every part of his body, every mannerism shouts, "Leave me alone." At that point, the memories of the real world fade away again, and I'm left in the empty Natsugiri again. I look down at the life preserver, dirty, half buried on the riverbed. I wait for a while, but no new scenes or visions come to me. I want to pick the life preserver up again and think about everything I've seen and everything that's happened to me. I need to get down to the riverbed. Okay. Yes, you lurk. That's okay. That's allowed here. Oh, this was a story. I'm just thinking now, was that second boy, is is that us right now? Did that happen to us? That might be the case. But no hints, where should we go now? Let's see. Oh, but he said he wants to go to the riverbed. There's something over here. Wait a minute. Is there a shiny thingy over there? Or am I seeing things? I think I'm seeing things. Okay, great. Oh, oh, yep, there is one. Uh-oh. I pick up the life preserver again. It has rolled down the riverbed after being thrown down there from the school ground by the boy. I think over the scenes from the real world that I saw surrounding this life preserver and the actions I took with it. I spirited the life preserver away for a start. Okay, that saved the boy who was going to drown. That had to be a good thing. Of course, the boy who was saved then had no idea of the tragedy he had survived and and ended up suffering considerable mental anguish as the result. It seems like the fact that I used this object to influence the real world, but my hopes of returning home had not been fulfilled. I can't even be sure that I'm doing the same things as the traveler from the magazine. Is this the way to get back to reality? There was the strange light that appeared from the life preserver and the train. Even without words, some kind of mysterious power feels like it's been guiding me. The results may not have been perfect, but I saved a boy's life. That must count for something. Something is connecting me to the real world. I've no idea who might want this or why. Why someone might want to show me these Natsugiri memory fragments. The article said that the traveler returned when someone in the real world remembered them. So maybe I need to find these connections. Watch these Natsugiri memory fragments and find a moment where our memories overlap. That seems a little vague, but attempting it also feels like my only chance. Then I sense another light. Off in the distance, something is shining on the other side of the river. Maybe the next item will be the one to connect my memories with those from home. With that hope in my heart, I head out again. On the other, I reflect that sometimes it might be worse to be forgotten than to forget something yourself, especially if the entire world is the one doing the forgetting. Natsugiri memory fragment 1 complete. Okay, nice. He said there's something glowing on the other side of the bank. Aha, I see. Can I go into the water now? Is this safe? Oh, okay, it is. Okay. A white glob of something is popping between the stones of the gently flowing river. I crouch down and pick it up. Amid the warm summer air, paper dampened by the cool water sticks to my fingers. The water damage means I can hardly read any of it. It seems like a mixture of different papers. The part I can read looks like a plane ticket. The destination is somewhere overseas. Someone was trying to leave the country. So why is their ticket an expensive and important item down here in the river? Was it even used? In the same moment, I'm surrounded by white light again, and the real world comes back into view. I'm inside an old house with majestic beams across the ceiling. Slap! The sound of a hand on the cheek rings out. That's it, I'm finished with you. A young girl who still looks in her teens is pressing her hand to her cheek and glaring at an elderly man. It could be her grandfather. No, more likely her father. His face is bright red and he's breathing hard in anger. At the side there's a young man sitting in suit. His eyes are round in surprise at the father suddenly hitting his daughter, frozen in place in surprise. I'll never allow this. The old man is thin and doesn't look in good condition. He's breathing hard, struggling to overwhelm the young girl. Hearing the commotion, the neighbors have also started to gather. Hey, what's going on here? Hitting your daughter? Have you finally lost it, old-timer? They come into the house with the mud from the fields still on their shoes, grabbing the old man and holding him back. Yakiko, are you okay? Yakiko is still holding her cheek, tears in her eyes. But luckily her father doesn't seem that strong. She stands up and goes over to grab her bag from the corner of the room. I'm never coming back here again. This is the last time we will ever see each other. With that, she runs out. With the sound of the door slamming closed, my awareness returns to my body. It seems this ticket is involved in the dispute between that old father and his daughter. Something about her trying to leave home. I cling to the wet paper, but nothing else comes to me. I look around, seeing if there's anything else that might provide a link to the real world. This ticket was washed down the river and got caught between these rocks. That means it had to have come from upriver. There's a spot where you can look down over the waterfall, up the steps in front of me. Maybe it fell from up there. I need to take a look. I see what you're saying. What's this bucket over here though? Empty bucket. Okay. Okay. Ah, over there. What is this road though? Okay. Nice. There's some kind of map and information again. The shiny thing was over here. There's more paper here, half buried in the dirt. I pick it up. It's another piece of plane ticket. That's not all. There are other scraps of paper here. I pick them up and try to zigzag them back together. It takes me a moment to work out what I'm looking at. A portrait, neatly drawn in pencil. I close my eyes and think of a person drawn there, and the light spreads around me again. This time, oh my god. This time it's just the father from before. He's standing up here, looking out over the waterfall. He has the ticket and the pencil drawing in his hand. The picture is a young, beautiful woman. She looks a little like the girl from the previous vision, but perhaps a little older. The face of her sister, then, or perhaps her mother. The man looks at it intently, held in his dry and wrinkled hand, and then he scrunches it up. Okay. Then he rips them up using both hands and throws the scraps towards the waterfall. They flutter down like beautiful butterflies. He stands there while longer, as stuff in days. He finally looks up and heads off back towards his house, his feet dragging behind him. I wonder at the power of his emotions, that they could make him want to crush the dreams of his daughter. Is it purely a response to not wanting her to leave? I should follow after him. He heads up straight down the path. That's where the memory ends. I decide to follow and look for further clues along the path. Nice. So we go path. Okay, I have a question. Is this the path or that the path? This is a road. I would say this the right way? Oh wow. Oh wow. Oh, okay. I think this is the right way. It's weird how I have the funny feeling that something is gonna scare me in any minute. Oh, there's a house. Is this the house? Is this the house? Hello? Well, I guess no. There are more houses over here. Oh my goodness. Ooh, nice beach. Okay. But now I'm back on the river. On the well, the river is over there as well. But which one is the house I was looking? No. Oh my goodness! I've lost the track of the sparkling thingies. Okay, let's go back. Oh my god. Okay. So the path was the road, not the actual path over there. Okay. Let's see what we have here. Where's the sparkle? Oh, over here, okay. I see the back of the man again. He continues along this path. Okay. Oh yeah, the next one is over there. Oh, that was a teeny tiny detour. At least we saw all the village. Okay. What's somewhere here? Oh. I can see the mind of the old man. He is seething with anger, beset by sadness. Okay. Okay, we are going this way. This is strange. I can't see the old man any longer, although I'm pretty sure this is his house. This isn't going to work if I can't follow his memories. Focus, focus, I repeat to myself, closing my eyes and straining with my other senses. Over there, I think I hear voices from that direction. I look towards the ocean and see a faint light. I should head over and see what it is. Okay. I hear a man's voice, murmuring gently. The voice of a young woman replies, a little shy, a little playful. Okay. All over here. A man in his mid-20s, dressed in a perfectly maintained suit, is talking with the young woman. It's the two I already saw, back in her father's house. The man is sitting close to the girl named Yokiko, with his arm casually wrapped around her shoulders. He has glasses with sparkling silver rims and beautifully styled hair that remains completely in place even beneath the blazing sun. His skin is a little pale, making his white teeth pop when he smiles. She seems open to the kindness he's showing her. Her cheeks gently flush as they talk. Hey, think of it like this. This side of the tracks is the world that you grew up in. A place filled with restraints, unpleasant memories, all the things that could hold you back. But you've obtained wings, beautiful wings, the wings of talent. Oh, please. I wouldn't call myself talent. I'm telling you the truth. Was there a single soul who didn't praise your winning entry in the art exhibit? But even if you have such beautiful wings, they are meaningless if you don't know how to fly. That's what I need. Yes, once you know how to fly, you can easily leave this dusty old world behind and cross to the other side. Cross the oceans, cross the skies, and live the life that you want, Yukiko. My board are ready to sign off on supporting your studies overseas. I'm here to teach you how to fly, that's all. There's nothing for you to be worried about. Okay? So this girl is a talented artist and the man is here from some organization that wants to support her studying overseas. But I'm still worried. Worried about what? What could you ever need to be worried about? With me here alongside you, I'll help to convince your father. You'll see. I pick up the rest of the situation from more fragments of their conversation. It seems she submitted papers stating her guardian's approval to the organization that wishes to sponsor her, but only by forging her father's signature. This man has now come to try and help her explain the situation to the old man. It's more than that though, something deeper. I've always had my place in life pushed onto me. That's been the only place I've had. To just fly away from all of that, like you say, that doesn't feel like me at all. Hmm. She starts to explain everything. Her father suffered a great deal when he was younger, losing his family in the war, and finally got married later than most people. Yakiko was his only daughter, a gift late in his life. She had lost her mother at a young age. My mother always seemed so fragile, like she knew, thinking back, was somehow aware of the impending end of her life. I have memories of her worrying about whether her husband and daughter would be able to carry on without her. Worry is not from a financial perspective, but mental one. I think now that maybe those are false memories though, created as I observe my father become more difficult after her passing and become harsher on me. Watching his suffering was harder for me than her death itself. The fear that caring for me was placing a burden on my father cast a long shadow on my young heart. He was sad that she was gone, but didn't seem happy at all that I was still alive. Maybe I was unconsciously aware of that. Once, when something sad happened and I was crying, my father called out my mother's name, muttering to himself, asking why she was gone. I was always treated as less, handled as less than my mother, the woman who could never return. As I became a teenager, my father became even harder to handle, even more isolated, and I talked with him less and less. He would get angry and complain at me, purely driven by his own personal feelings. He didn't feel at all like he considered me to be his daughter, like he had one place for me in his life at all. The only person he could truly accept in his heart in all this wide world was my mother, the one person who was no longer here. He had no interactions with our neighbors. I started to think of him as a weak, pathetic human being. After school each day, I wanted to spend as little time in the house with him as possible. I would take my sketchbook and go out alone to the beach, into the woods, and start drawing. I especially love it around here, along this path, leading down to the ocean. I might have found some friends to play with, but there was something lonely about me, just like my father. Until my third year of high school, I'd only really sketched scenery. Then one day I wanted to hold on to my fading images of my mother's face, and so I drew her in pencil. That's the piece that won the prize. I drew it to escape from the place I was being forced into, so it's strange to suddenly be told that I do have wings, that I can finally be free. The girl finishes speaking, looking down at her own 2 feet. The man listens quietly to her entire story and then tells her again that she had nothing to worry about and everything is going to be fine. The girl turns her head, embarrassed. After you've gone over, I'm going to be coming right away on business. We'll see each other again almost immediately. He casually places his hand on her own. At those words, her expression brightens immeasurably, and she looks up at the man. They spend a minute in silence and then the man speaks again. For today, let's explain the whole study abroad process to your father. Then we'll have him meet with the board in Tokyo. And after that, you'll just have to wait for your departure date. All the hassle, all the red tape, all the money, we'll handle everything. You don't need to worry. Okay. The man checks his watch and suggests they get back to the house. They walk away together. I watch them go and see a light beyond them. That same house again. I should go and see what happens next. Well, well, well. So the same house, you say? Crouch? I don't want to crouch. This house? Right? Oh, did I miss something? Oh, this house. Okay. I was thinking about the wrong house. There's more paper on the veranda. Next to it is what looks like that girl's bag. The paper is a plane ticket, as I expected, but not yet ripped up. Upon noticing these things, the same kind of scene fills my head that I saw when I picked up the ripped ticket on the river bend. The father, daughter, and the same young man are all sitting around the table in the tatami floored room. This seems to be just before the girl was slapped and stormed out. The relationship between the two is clearly strained, with tension humming in the air as they avoid any talk beyond anything absolutely necessary. You are going overseas without even consulting me? You haven't even graduated high school yet. I can't allow this. His daughter obstinately states she will leave as soon as she graduates. What have you ever done for me as my father? Why do you get to arrogantly oppose my dreams now? Her words are sharp, as though unleashing all of her pent-up disappointment with her father. Her expression says she is only imparting something that's already been decided, and her father's sons should have no further saying. The only man grabs his daughter's hand. Only man. The old man grabs his daughter's hand. Please, at least stay under the anniversary of your mother's death. Okay? I have my own future, all ahead of me, but all you ever talk about is mother. You are cold to everyone, unloved by anyone. Just live in your loneliness with your memories of a dead woman. That's when the old man raises his hand against his daughter. The neighbors rush in to come out just like before. The daughter grabs her bag and dashes out of the house, heading towards the station, her shoes not even on properly. The man gives a quick bow to the father and heads out after her. The father watches them leave in stunned silence. Alone again, he stands up and takes sealed letter from the back of the drawer. On the envelope it says, "Dear Yukiko, congratulations on your high school graduation. Your loving mother." Damn. A letter for her daughter that she left before she passed away. Is this how everything I love must leave me? The old man mutters to himself in the dark room. He looks down at the documents and then notices something on the ground, a piece of paper. Her ticket for the flight overseas. Oh no. It seems she dropped it in her hurry to grab her bag and rush out of the house. Then there's the picture that her daughter drew of her mother. Her father picks it up and looks at it for a while. Having seemingly made up his mind, he leaves the house and heads for the falls. After watching him go, the scenery blurs and fades. I think it is over, but then a different scene appears before me. The girl is crying, looking at her father with anger seething in her eyes. Just before her departure, she's discovered the pieces of the plane ticket. Why? Why would you do this? She stands up and quietly leaves the house, looking shell-shocked and hollow. It's time for the train to Tokyo to depart. She can't make it for the plane now. If she had found out about this sooner, if she had a little more knowledge about how these things work, she might have been able to resolve the issue. But she doesn't seem to have the capacity for such rational thought at the moment. She's desperate, dejected, and nothing more. Her father lets her go, his expression completely unchanging, with no hint of what she is thinking. Yeah, no hints. Oh, there's a there's a thingy over there. Oh, lots of thingies. I look around, but I've lost sight of her. I need to keep searching. Okay, there was another globe over here. Somewhere over here. Oh, here. No sign of her this way either. Maybe she went to the station. Okay. Interesting. Oh, Yukiko. All set to head out? I asked my daughter to come and see you off, but she's got something else on today. I'm sorry about that. Okay. I thought Yukiko was leaving today, but she left the station and went back towards her house. Oh? Oh no. Wrong thing. I can't see her at the station either. Oh no. Okay, 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 okay. Got it, got it. Uh, oh my god. It looks like Yukiko made a call from here, but no one picked up. Whenever she got upset as a child, she always used to hide in the bamboo grove next to the temple. Next to the temple? Is it up there? Next to the temple. Is it up here? Okay, I think it is. Oh, this nice place. Next to the temple. Wait, what? You're not anymore hungry? No? Nice. What did you eat? Don't say you ate that nice looking sandwich again. Still jealous about it. Away. I would call this a temple, but like bamboo grow next to the temple. Bamboo grow next to the temple. Oh, you did? Oh god, okay. Nice. Okay, I don't see any bamboos over here. But I don't know any temples. Is there? You can't help. You love sandwiches? Yeah, yeah. As the thing is, I thought you had. Well, last time I saw your stream, I thought you had rye bread and it's really hard to get in here. And I just crave it sometimes. Bamboo grove. What? the temple. Let's see. It was this. Whenever she got upset as a child, she always used to hide in the bamboo grove next to the temple. Or there's bamboos over here. No. Oh, now I can walk here. But this is not the place though, isn't it? Can I go here? No. Okay. Nope. What on earth? Buckwheat bread. Yeah. Yeah. It's called buckwheat. Did have no idea. But now I know. Thank you for that. Would you say, Handut, that this is a temple? Because I haven't seen any other structure that would be, yeah, would look like a temple. But there's, oh, oopsie. I don't see those sparkling light balls over here. And there's no bamboos. Because it said there should be a bamboo grove. There is no bamboos. Anywhere here. But down there. Maybe I missed something down here. No. No. Do I have to check the whole village again? If there is some other temple somewhere? I doubt it, but you never know. These were the uh, old things over here, right? Yeah. Now we are going backwards. Okay. So nothing here. There's bamboos over here, but I don't see any temple. So nope. Then all I can think is this place, but this is not a temple. This is just some kind of a memorial thingy or something, statue. Yeah. Nope. Let's go back. And then there was those things. I saw those. And these. She made a call. I was inside the station. Yep. But then after that, there's nothing. Weird. Oh. Yeah. I don't know. Mystique. Hmm. Near the temple. I couldn't go further than this either. No. Nope. So the nearest bamboos are down here. Can't go here either. Nope. Interesting, interesting. Well, the nearest bamboos are here. But this doesn't look like a place to hide. Or does it? I don't think so. And then I would call these bamboos over here a bamboo grove, maybe. But There's nothing here either. Or do I have to go further? Oh, I can go this way. But this is not near the temple anymore. And I can't go further than this. Oh no. What about... No? Oh. Yeah. Not gonna be here. Okay. How far? Uh-oh. I have a feeling that I'm gonna break the game. Any second. What on earth? I have a feeling it must be this. Yeah, isn't it strange? Because before, in the beginning, I couldn't come across the trail road. Trail racks at all. It said that there's nothing here. Now I can come here. So 1 plus 1. What? 1 plus 1. This is kinda close to the temple because it's up there. But like, hello? Is it over here? Oh my god. Why can I go here? This is so suspicious. Hello? Whoa, 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 whoa. There is no bamboo grove. There, there is no bamboo grove. There's nothing. Because all of these bamboos, these are super far from the temple. So there's nothing. Hmm. Do I have to interact with these again? Okay. It's weird that they don't disappear now, because they were disappearing before. And now they just come back. Went back towards her house. The house is that way. Do I have to look this up? It looked like Yukiko made call from here, but no one picked up. Yeah. She always used to hide in the bamboo grove next to the temple. Okay, okay. Let's forget that the thing up there, up on the hill, looks like a temple. But the one thing said here, over there, that she went back to the direction of her house. Her house is over here. Over there, right? So those were the old orbs, right? That was her house. Is that a temple over there? Is my question. Oh my goodness. Because I don't know what this is over here. Is that a new sparkly thingy over there? Oops. This one? Is this the bamboo grove? I glimpsed someone among the bamboo. It has to be Yukiko. Oh my goodness. Where? Over here? Okay, yeah. Well, I don't see anybody. Aha. She's walking toward the ocean, tears flowing down her cheeks. Okay. So, oh, this way. Okay, over there. Let's go, indeed. Okay. Maybe this is the spot she talked about, where she would come to sketch and get away from her father. She continues to walk toward, unsteady on her feet. Maybe she is imagining herself lying on those wings she was promised. In the distance, I see the train depart the station and start to pick up speed. Yukiko still isn't looking ahead of herself. All she can see is the future that's now lost to her. Oh my god. Nothing more. Before I even realize it, the train is right there. It approaches at the high speed. Everything is smothered by its clattering for one instant of action. The oncoming train hits her, sending her body flying through the air as if she really has grown incredibly wings. It's strange how beautiful I think she looks in that moment. I don't know if this was born from some self-destructive impulse, but of course she doesn't actually have wings, and crumbles back to the ground almost at once. Blood pools around her. The train carries on, no one aboard aware of what happened. Then a dark world lingers for a long time. Eventually, someone living nearby notices her lying there. People start to panic at once, calling for an ambulance. The nurse from the school rushes to the scene. There's no sign of her father in the crowd. She is placed on the stretcher and carried off towards the station. I can't believe it. All because her father ripped up her ticket. This surely isn't what he wanted to happen. Reeling from this tragic turn of events, I decide to head towards the station and see how everything finally plays out. Oh my god. Well, the description said this is melancholic game, but like, this is pretty dark. The station now has shiny thing over here. People from the town are gathered in the front of the station. They all have serious faces. I hear them mention a funeral. So she did pass away. The accident killed her. I grip my hands, almost unable to bear it. But no, I listen more. And it seems a man has died. Her father. He had been sick for a long time but never went to the doctor and then suddenly collapsed. His daughter survived and was discharged from the hospital a while ago, but severed all ties with her father and never returned to Natsugiri. Okay. One of the people comments that with her father having destroyed her dreams of studying overseas, Yukiko probably won't even return for the funeral. I'm unable to withstand the pain of this reality and shake my head from side to side until the real world fades away. How did it all come to this? The gossiping people and their gossiping voices fade, and the empty Natsugiri reappears around me. I realize I still have the plane ticket in my hand. It's the one that fell onto the floor when the three of them were talking in the house. In the road I just saw, the father found this and ripped it up. So what if he had never found it? And there it is, the sound of the railway crossing. Am I meant to ride the rain again? With this ticket in hand, am I meant to save this sad world? Oh my god, oh my god. Run! 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 Okay. Oh my goodness. Let's go. Skip the rain trail. No. I'm gonna look the beautiful view. Whee! And into the tunnel. Boop, boop. Okay, it's super dark. Oh, super bright. Oh my goodness. Okay. We can change this. Ow, my ears. Use the brakes. Okay. We can do this. So we're going. Another scene from the real world appears before me. Okay. Yukiko has a bag that looks too big for her over one shoulder and is dragging a trunk behind her. She's walking around the station, looking all around with the anxious expression on her face. All the meetings are finished. She's back from Tokyo and the time to depart is almost at hand. She's got all her things packed up and come to the station, but with one caveat, she can't find her plane ticket. She's asking all the people around her if they've seen it, a piece of paper, her precious ticket. Then she's in the phone box, perhaps calling the man from the Tokyo organization, but she can't seem to reach him. With prayer on my lips, I take the ticket in my hand and place it on the edge of the bench. She comes over and slumps down on the bench, shaking her head, unsure what to do next. Then she looks to the side and finds the ticket that I just put down. Her eyes widen and she reaches out for it. Whatever is this doing here? She can't believe it. She traces her name with her finger, making sure it's actually her ticket. Her own ticket. I lost it. I'm sure it was lost. Of course. After telling my father that day, I dashed out the house with my bag still open. Then I came to the station to head to the meeting in Tokyo. The ticket must have dropped out then. For sure. This is Koet Station, so it's just been sitting here this whole time. Her expression brightens as she explains the situation to herself. I found it! Thank you for your help. She speaks loudly to the station staff and the old couple waiting at the bus station. The old lady smiles happily, taking her hand and telling her to be careful on her travels. She asks if Yukiko will be back in the future. She knows the girl is going very far away. No, I doubt it. After I graduate, I'm planning on living over there. I find work there too. I probably won't be back until I'm ready settled in, but please write. The old lady gives a wry chuckle, commenting on how there isn't much here, and that she probably won't want to see her stubborn old father either. Yukiko responds by casting her eyes downward, silently accepting this. It feels to me like she may never return. Her heart is filled with relief and finding the ticket. Hope for her studies abroad, the release of escaping from her father, and her dreams of meeting up with the man from the organization once she gets to her destination. She proudly climps aboard the almost deserted train, drunk and all, and leaves Natsugiri behind. I've no idea if she'll succeed overseas. She hasn't made up with her father prior to her departure, and she may never get another chance to repair their relationship. But having finally obtained her wings, she flies freely into the sky. The sky where the huge clouds and deep, merciless, massive blue spreads before her. Okay, well, great. Oh, there are some older ladies standing around talking in front of the station. Maybe I can hear something about Yukiko's time overseas. A friend in Tokyo happened to tell me something. Pure coincidence. Coincidence. There's that man in a suit who was around here from that overseas study group. He came with Yukiko a few times, right? A friend of mine knows him, or knows of him at least. She said he's quite a playboy. Every time she sees him, he has different woman on his arm, apparently. Great. I hear more gossipy voices. Someone else in the crowd suddenly points, "Hey, look over there." Everyone turns to look towards the bridge. It's Yukiko's father. He's walking towards the station with a dazed look on his face. I'm glad to see he seems to be clinging on in this world, but he doesn't look to be in the top condition. The sickness is probably close to taking him. The gossips say nothing, embarrassed looks on their faces, just waiting for the man to pass by. But he comes up and speaks to them, his voice dry and raspy. "She's left, has she?" He asks. "Yes, I told her to go do her best," one of them replies. "You saw her off? That's good then. She's a lonely child, like me." Okay. He looks at the empty, quiet platform for a moment, and then totters off on unsteady feet again. His retreating back looks so sad. In the world before I hit the tickets, he was a terrible father who crushed his daughter's dreams, but something nags at me. He crosses the bridge and heads away again. I decide to follow after him. So he was going this way? Because the house is over there? Yes. Oh, and it's raining again. Okay. He walked towards the ocean. Did he now? Okay. Why is he going here? The old man crosses the tracks and then takes a look around, a little puzzled. Before I change things, this is the spot where his daughter has hit by the train. The old man stares blankly in the air, eyes unfocused, but looking exactly at the space where his daughter was sent flying by the train. Maybe he is momentarily being affected by something from another world. Then he snaps back to himself and continues on toward the six throat statues. Oh. Oh, that was weird. The old man stops in front of the statues. Oops. It's like he's looking into some distant world again. I remember the stories behind the six chicho. Six chicho? Okay. When people are reborn, they are placed into the one of six worlds. It might be the human world, or hell-like place, or heaven. Wherever someone is born, however, their soul cannot escape from pain and suffering. The six chicho are the ones who save those souls from their pain, with one for each of the possible six worlds. I realize he has placed his hands on what looks like a small pile of stones at the side of the statues. It seems to be something he has a close attachment with. He starts to cry softly, keeping his sobs quiet. Yes, everything has left me. That's what he mutters. Yukiko had talked about how her father had lost his own parents and his wife when he was still young himself. Maybe that pile of stone is for someone from his family. Everyone he loves leaving him behind. That can't be an easy life. Maybe he is here, cursing these Ichiro for the fate he has had bled, or maybe he is begging for their aid. I watched the old man standing weathered by the sea breeze. Then the memories from the real world got out. I'm back in my own empty Natsugiri. Having witnessed memories from the real world and getting involved again, I took back the plane ticket from that stubborn, sad old man and helped his daughter to make her dream come true. Maybe she'll never know about that suit's philandering ways or have a chance for an open and honest discussion with her father. Even so, that has to be better than world of despair for all, with her having to give up on her dream so close to its realization. I have to believe that, and believing it is the only thing I can do. I stand there for a long time. Another failure to return to my own world, and another failure to find common memory with the people of Natsugiri. My hands start to feel strange, and I bring them up to my face. They are both semi-transparent. That can't be good. I can see the grass on the ground behind them. I squeeze my eyes tightly closed and then open them again to see my hands are back to normal. Okay? What's the meaning of this then? It's like my body is fading away. Is this how I will return to my own world? Or if I don't hurry up, will I vanish completely? If I'm going to vanish though, where will I go next? Into the light or merge into the darkness? Dot dot dot. Oh, I'm back in the heavy obsessively cold depth of the ocean. I move my hands and legs in desperation. I want to return to the light. The chaos I created by thrashing around does create some light for just a moment, but that soon vanishes into the darkness again. If the hollow emptiness around me is just going to swallow everything, what the point in even resisting? What's the point in craving illumination? What lies beyond my intervention in the world of the people of Natsugiri? If I want answers from the heavy, cold depths around me, it doesn't seem like I'm going to get them. Yeah, this is really strange, isn't it? Or is he the old man? Wait a minute. Okay, Natsugiri memory fragment 2 complete. Okay. Oh, okay. People's voices, the sounds of everyday life, the sounds of trains, the sounds of cars. I'm cast back into a world where none of these exist. It almost feels like I'm back at square one. I've seen fragments of the memories of the people of Natsugiri, but I still don't know why I've been sent into this world. When I think of the possibility of vanishing without even knowing who I am, fear grips me again. Yeah, good. Why have I wandered into this world? Why can I see these things that happened in Natsugiri? Why am I being shown them? I wonder how they are connected to me. I consider the possibility that I'm the girl I just saw, or maybe someone else. I look at my hands, at my body. Nothing comes back to me, nothing clicks. Am I really a part of this reality I keep uh, being shown? If I saw myself, would I even know it was me? If I'm not one of these people, then who am I? As I ponder all these things, I look over towards the port and feel like I see something shining there. I'd better go check that out next. Towards the port. Like the ocean. Like here. Or over there. Did I already miss something? Oh, yeah, over there. Hello, shining globe. Oh, hmm. At the waterline, there's something bobbing in the water, caught up in the seaweed. It's an old-fashioned glass bottle, tightly sealed. Oh, I wonder where this has washed in from. I peer into the glass and see a scrap of paper inside. I pick the bottle up and struggle for a moment, but eventually get it open. The inside of the bottle is damp and narrow for my fingers. The paper inside is stuck to the bottom of the bottle, but I eventually extract it and spread it out. The message is short, but not necessarily to the point. I seal my terrible suspicion inside this bottle and commit it to the ocean. Yeah, that doesn't really tell anything. That's all it says. I wonder what that might mean. A terrible suspicion? What suspicion did this person have? There really isn't anything other than that written on the paper. Maybe this is an important piece of information, but holding the bottle and the paper doesn't bring me any new visions. Yet I still believe this to be like the other objects I've seen so far, something that will lead me to sights and events from reality. I turn around. Beyond the bamboo grove by the pond, I see next light. Maybe it will tell me something about the person who wrote this note. Beyond the bamboo grove by the pond. Beyond the bamboo grove on the pond. I see you. Okay. The wild barking of a dog shakes the surface of the quiet pond. I can also hear the voices of a number of kids shouting things at the dog, the kind of teasing voices that only children use, laughing but mocking. Okay, what's up, Handut? It's getting late over there. Thank you for the cozy stream and see you another time. Have fun rest of the stream. Oh, thank you. Thank you for being here. This was your story time before bedtime. Have a good sleep. Go on, do it. Bite me. Bite me. Bite him, outsider. The scary looking, slobbering brown dog slowly advances. Good night, Hundred. Growling as it moves towards another boy who is standing alone. The boy drops onto his behind. He can't get away. The boy who is about to be attacked looks different somehow from these countryside kids. Maybe he is recently moved here from the city. The dog speeds up, closing the distance more rapidly, but moments before it's going to leap onto the boy, a stone flies through the air and hits the dog on the back. Unsure what even happened, the dog whimpers back to the kids who unleashed it. Everyone turns around to see a tattered looking, unshaved veteran of middle-aged man standing there. The kids with the dog look at each other. Oh crap, we are in for it now. It's the werewolf. Run for it. Okay. With that, the kids are scattered, taking the dog with them. The ragged man moves over to the raving boy, who finally stands up and brushes the dirt off the seat of his pants. What was that about, kid? The man looks at the boy intently. Being an outsider, sticking out, that's not an easy thing in a place like this. The way he says it, it's hard to place it as a comment to himself or something directly at the boy. If you have nothing better to do, come back to my place. The boy hesitates for a moment. Do you mean the haunted house? It sounds like the man has a house after all, but it must look a lot like him, if the kids all think it's haunted. Yeah, that's what the kids call it. I've got some watermelon ripe and ready from my plot. There's too much for me to eat alone. But everyone says the food from that house is poison. Debbie? Well, hello? Yeah, it's been a while. Haven't seen you either. Anywhere. Yeah, I know what you mean. How you doing? Hope you like some storytelling. I didn't really know what kind of game this is, other than melancholic and walking simulator. So um, it was a bit of a surprise that I've been reading this much. Oh, drinking coffee at midnight? Hmm. So, question: does coffee make you more awake or no? Storytelling is fine. Okay, we shall continue then. So we are heading to a haunted house, I think. Ha! If you are going to believe those dumb kids, forget it. The man spits that out and turns to leave. The boy stands still for a moment and then runs after him. Ah, okay. Makes you a little bit more awake. Okay, got it. Um, that's where the scene ends. Oh, I wanted to see the haunted house. The man, the boy, and the letter I found in the bottle. I wonder how they are all connected. Hmm. Oh, oh, that's it. Now, but where are we going then? Oh, I see. There's a thingy over there. The kid who fell over is playing here quietly, alone. Maybe this is a favorite spot of his. Okay, maybe. Who knows? Is that another globe over there? It is. Nice. This was the coffee shop. A quiet small white dog is tied up in front of the cafe. It probably belongs to one of the customers and has been left to wait outside. I peer inside to see a few people having an animated discussion. Our school and all our children are so happy to have such a wonderful teacher like you join us, Miss Akino. Inside, a middle-aged man sitting at the counter is praising a young woman, the wonderful teacher, who is sitting at the table. The praised woman looks a bit confused and ashamed, abashed about how to react. Then I realize the man is the principal of the elementary school, so she must be a new female teacher who has just come to the school. Okay. Other people around them, men and women, the older lady who runs the cafe, and townsfolk or maybe other teachers, all start talking too about how attractive Miss Aquino is and how popular she is already. Okay. How gentle and kind she is when teaching the kids, but then strict when she needs to be. and how they all seem to magically listen to her. All sorts of praise flies around, but with each compliment she just looks down, even more embarrassed, and just says she still has a lot to learn. My nephew is single, actually. What do you say? Shall I make the introductions? Thank you, but I'm not looking for a relationship at the moment. I moved here to focus on my job. The owner of the cafe gets in on the joke too. I've heard this nephew is quite the catch in both appearance and personality. He's just like his uncle, in fact. I think he'd made a good match with the wonderful Miss Aquino. Everyone laughs. Oh, this is terrible. It seems Miss Aquino has recently moved here from the city to work at the school. With her sweet personality and gentle bearing, she's become popular with the kids. But that hasn't gone to her head. She sounds like the ideal teacher. She has a pile of paper stacked up in front of her and a red marker pen in her hand. It looks like she visited the cafe on her day off, maybe to whittle down some of her students' homework and ended up surrounded by locals. I glance at the papers she's marking in the moment. Aha! I've seen that handwriting before, and recently. It looks like the note that I fished out the bottle. Really? That mysterious note talking about terrible suspicion. Well, well, well. I might just be imagining things, but if she is the one who launched that bottle, what would such popular teacher have to be suspicious about? What issues might weigh on her mind? Miss Aquino looks over to the window, as though noticing something outside. I look in the same direction and see the scraggly middle-aged man and city boy from the band walking along together. Oh my god. Maybe the kid went to share his watermelon after all. These two who everyone else kind of avoids, a kid and an adult, might have become friends despite that difference in age. The man has a melon under his arm, perhaps a gift for the kid. It's big and beautiful shaped. I bet it would be delicious on a hot day like today. The boy has something else in his own hands. It's not a melon or other kind of fruit, it's bottles. 2 or 3 bottles. That shape. They are the same as the one I picked up in the port. I still don't see how all of this is going to connect together, but something big, something important has to be wrapped up in all of this, which is why I'm being shown it. For sure. Oh, a few middle-aged women are standing around talking. They have worried expressions on their faces, and the scene feels quite different from the relaxed and bubbly atmosphere I just saw back in the cafe. After a heavy moment of silence, one of them speaks. These terrible things keep happening. My poor boy is so worried. He's barely eating. And eating is the only thing he's good at. Wow. I don't know who's doing this or why, but it really is so nasty. What? What is so nasty? Everyone's on edge, worried they might be next. This is no way to have to live. The mental burden is just too much. I wonder what they are talking about. Maybe there's other information nearby. I take a moment to calm my mind and listen carefully. And I hear fragments of conversation drifting from the other spots. I need to take a look around. Okay, there's more than one spot. Am I right? No. To start with, I thought it was food poisoning. It is summertime. Okay. Oh, they are right here. Okay. Oh, this is the same. Okie dokie. Nothing else. Oh, there's one over there. Um, if things keep escalating like this, it might be a person next. Don't even say things like this. It's just someone messing around. Okay. If this was intentional, it means someone is using poison, putting it into people's pet food. Oh no! Not the pets! Oh no! Easy for a farmer to find something to use, I guess. Huh? Easy for the farmer. Okay. Easy for the farmer. Was that a clue? Did we have a farm here? Somewhere? I think there's a farm on this side of the river. I don't see any globes though. Easy for a farmer. Nothing over here? Nope. There's farmland though. Nothing. Dang it. Let's go around this house. Oh, there's another on that side of the house. Okay. Let's run there. Oh. I didn't check this one. Miss Akino's dog was taken to the vet, and thank God, goodness, it survived. But the poor dear was certainly thrown for a loop. She's been taking some time off, I hear. Okay. Why do you think it would only affect dogs? Sakino was letting her dog play on the school grounds on her day off. She took her eyes off it just for a moment, and then it started convulsing and collapsed. Someone fed it something nasty. Is there anyone living here who'd do that? We all know each other. Maybe the work of an outsider? Their dog ate some food out in front of the confectioner. Confectioner? That's when it started to feel sick. The confectioner. I should go and check that out. Confectioner. What's confectioner? Over there. Here's the food in front of the confectioner. Okay. I see someone's hand. You see someone's hand? Excuse me? The hand is putting something into the food. I only see the hand, so I can't tell who the culprit is. Then a dog starts eating the food. It's that big brown dog from before, the one that local kids tried to sick on the city boy. I still don't know exactly what is going on here, but from the fragments I've seen so far, I'm piecing together the big picture. The boy and the scraggly man had been heading with something towards the school. I should head in that direction too. Oh yeah, because they had those bottles. Okay, school is over here. Aha. Let's see, what do we have here? I'm back at the school. My ears ring and the scene from the real world appears before me again. I see someone walking out from the school gate. It's Miss Aquino. She's alone. Okay. The school is closed up, but I'm presuming it's just the weekend and so there are no kids around. Something still seems out of place, however. Miss Aquino rushes into the grounds, her feet unsteady. She's muttering something to herself. What did she eat? Did someone do this? She keeps talking to herself, almost sounding possessed, as she searches the grass and in the shadow of the pipes. Maybe she is back to find out what happened after her dog collapsed and was taken to the vet. She's looking around for something. Okay. She's looking around for something. There's something under the tree. Hey, I found 5 yen. Great. Something else. Yep, over there, there's something up here. I see something shining, but it's just a lemonade bottle. God dang it. There's something over here too. This is just trash. It doesn't look connected to this. God damn it. Yeah. What about this one? What's this? Miss Akina finds something lying in the grass at the edge of the school grounds. A bottle. It has a white powder inside that almost looks like sugar. Well, well, well. The top is open. Hmm. The bottle is like the ones the city boy was carrying when I saw him with the scraggly man coming towards the school. Then I recall the kid's hand that I saw putting something into the brown dog's food that had been strange looking powder too. After finishing marking her pile of homework at the cafe, maybe she took her dog, which had been waiting outside, and came to let it run around the school. She took her eyes off it for a moment and then it started convulsing, collapsed. Mm-hmm. She had been too shocked at the time to do anything other than get her dog some help. But then she came back to try and find out what happened to her dog, which led her to find the bottle that boy was carrying here on the ground. It does all seem a bit too coincidental. Miss Akino grips the bottle in her hand and leaves the school behind. She might be going to ask the city boy what's going on. I wonder where I might find him. Well, that is really good question. Jeez. Why did I got scared when the music started? Damn it. Where would that boy be? I have no idea. He can be anywhere. Just because there haven't been anything up here yet, I wanna check this place. No? No. Nothing here. Okay. Let's go back down. Oh, it's over there. I saw the globe. It's right here. Oh, right here. Boink. What are you doing here, Misakino? The boy and Misakino are standing talking, okay? I was just out, you know. I saw you over here. The boy looks around uncomfortably. Miss Akina is pretending this is just a coincidence, but the whole thing feels strange and unnatural. Eventually, she gives up on any pretense and starts to get into things. Hey, Terachima, do you like living here? Ha, of course not. There's nothing here. And the other kids are all stupid. If my parents didn't want rid of me, I'd never have come here. Never ever. Never didn't want rid of me. Okay? What do you mean about your parents? They dumped me. Both of them have someone else new now, so they passed me off on to relatives out here. Pretty crappy of them, huh? I'm just hoping for a string or murders or something that means I can leave. That's pretty extreme. He looks down and falls silent. Stupid kids. Yeah, stupid kids. Let's see. Not that I have anywhere else to go. Terachima kicks a stone with his foot. It splashes into the water, making ripples spread out. I see. I heard you transferred into be with family who live nearby. So that's the reason. He turns his head to look at the water with an expression asking her not to keep pursuing this. Then he suddenly blurts something else out, probably trying to just change the conversation. Why did you move all the way out here anyway? You came from close to my old house, right? Did you get ditched as well? Tell me. Miss Akino is quiet for a moment and then she speaks briefly. No, that's not what happened. She reaches around inside her bag, brings out the bottle, and shows it to Tarajima. Okay. I saw you carrying these. Be honest with me, what did you use it for? The boy looks at the bottle with a surprised expression, but that only lasts for a moment. What's that? Never seen it before. His eyes are looking all around again, though. He's trying to cover something up. Then he changes his approach. I know your secret, Teach. Now it's Miss Akina's turn to give a start in surprise. Her face actually turns pale. She can't move. Can barely even gather herself to respond. What? How? The school I was at before is close to your old school, right? So I heard all about it. Don't ask any more questions about those bottles. And I'll leave your secret alone. With that, Tarajima runs away. Miss Akina drops the bottle listlessly onto the ground. Then she drops to her knees herself, covering her face with her hands. She vanishes from my sight, to be replaced by the sound of ambulance sirens in the distance. They are coming from the school. Something has happened. I need to go and take a look. Oh my goodness, this town. There's so little people and there has been so many things happening. The narrow space in front of the school is crammed with ambulances. There are some police cars too. Children are crying and the others are hard concern on their face. Some children are carried out on stretchers and placed into ambulances with their rushed away. Something terrible has happened. I see Misakino too. She's helping to direct the chaos, speaking to the seriously ill kids, gently consoling those who are safe but in tears. After the ambulances with the serious cases are gone, Miss Akino clasps her hands in front of her, almost like she's praying. Oh, if only I'd taken that bottle to the principal, none of this would have happened. I hear her murmur these words. Or maybe it's just what she's thinking, ringing inside my head. Does that mean that Tarajima caused all this? I look around, but I can't see him. I remember the gossipy voices I heard, saying it might start with animals and then progress to people. That is true. Then I hear a dog barking. Miss Akino looks up. It's a small white dog. It's jumping up and down, trying to get Miss Akino to follow it forward the shrine. That's her dog. It ate something bad, clearly, but then it seems to have recovered. Following after the dog, Miss Akino starts up the stone steps leading to the shrine. Aha. Okay, so now we're going up here. Aha. Inside the shrine grounds, There's a boy and a middle-aged man sitting on a bench, looking out over Natsugiri. The boy is Terajima. Miss Akino approaches timidly from behind them. From here, they must have seen everything happening below. What were they thinking as they watched? What are you doing here? You saw the commotion below, right? Miss Akino's voice is trembling. Both of them keep their backs to her, meaning she can't see their faces. Even though she's scared, perhaps her senses of duty as a teacher makes her press the point. Tell me the truth. Was this you? What did you do? The scholarly man turns around. He has his hand on Terajima's shoulder, consoling the boy. Stop it with all this needless suspicion, Miss Akino. This boy had been through a lot. His short life so far has nevertheless been filled with sadness. There's nothing worse than being suspected of something without any real proof. Maybe you even experienced something like that yourself, Miss Akino. Terajima turns around and glares at Miss Akino. At least, that's how she reads the situation. Whatever are you talking about? What do you know? Miss Akino is the one who is flustered, who reacts with panic. This has to be related to the secret that Miss Akino has been keeping. She shakes her head from left to right, creeping slowly backwards. Please stop it. I don't want. Oh no. The dog yips and barks, trying to get its owner to turn around. But she continues to back away, her face pale, as though in the grip of some kind of possession. Then her heels slip on the top of the shrine steps. With a scream, she tumbles downward. I snap back to myself. The scene of all three of them vanishes, and I'm back in the empty Natsugiri. Chisams. The child under suspicion and the scraggly man. Miss Akino, shocked at the possibility of some terrible secret coming out, proceeded to fall down the stone steps. Something has gone wrong here too. Something out of place, something twisted that has led to another tragedy. I need to change something in order to save everyone from this situation. I hear the sound of the railway crossing again. This time I was almost expecting it. I need to take the train and change the world. Oh my goodness. But what are we changing? I don't know what to change. Obviously there is something in those bottles, but like, I don't know. Don't leave without me. I'm coming. Okay, good to go. Yeah, I wonder, maybe we have to get those bottles somehow. Because obviously they have something in it that's not good. But how? That I don't know. Oh. better back here. Let's go. Let's go. Whee! Okay. I decide to take the bottle and head to the pond. That was where Terajima threatened Miss Akino with revealing her secret to everyone, and the fear of that eventually led her to cast the bottle into the ocean. I need to see what my train ride has changed in this world. So am I going back to the pond? Yes. Back to the pond. Miss Akino is threatened by the boy again. She drops the bottle. I take a moment to imbibe the bottle in my hands with my own thoughts. Please don't leave this alone. Be brave. Go and talk to the principal. Then I place the bottle in my hands over the one down on the ground. The two bottles appear to blend and merge together. Miss Akino is still shocked, but there's new resolve on her face too. She picks up the bottle and heads towards the school. This might change something. I decide to go to the school as well. Oh. Okay. There we are. At the school, Miss Akino shows the bottle to the principal with a worried look on her face. The principal looks at the bottle for a moment, then taps his little finger inside and licks it, before giving the laid-back laugh. Miss Akino, upon closer inspection, this is boric acid. We use it to exterminate insects, and in science class too. There's no label on it, which is why I didn't realize. Okay. I actually saw a bottle just like this on the ground, close to the break room. I thought it was just sugar or something like that, so I put it back next to the kettle. That's not a good idea on reflection. Now, is it? We'd better go take that away at once. If it gets left there once tea time comes on Monday, one of the kids might open it, or it might fall into tea, and that would be quite the commotion. The principal chuckles heartily at the thought. I still don't know why the bottle of boric acid was lying on the ground, but the principal mistakenly placing it in the back room was likely the direct cause of all those ambulances showing up. This means I've at least prevented that from happening. I heard your dog ate something nasty too. Yes, it did. Boric acid, I said. You said. Maybe that was it. She's not going to die anyway. Hopefully now this will be okay. She places his hand on her chest, looking relieved. As Miss Akino moves to leave, when the principal speaks again. One thing, Miss Akino, about setting you up with my nephew. I don't know how it started, but have you heard the rumors going around among the students? I don't quite know how to say this, and I know you have your own matters to work through, but maybe we'll keep my nephew out of this, okay? At least until things settle down a little. You understand, Miss Akino? What the hell is happening? Miss Akino stops still, standing stiff as she listens to the principal. Once he is done, she just turns around and practically runs away. What? In the world she kept the secret about the bottle, these rumors didn't seem to have spread. Miss Akino headed off towards the port. What is so terrible? That she moved in a teeny tiny village far from the city. Aha! Knew it. Miss Akino is sitting on the creamy concrete of the port, unconcerned about getting her clothing dirty. Then the scraggly man shows up. Hey, Teach. Not planning on tossing yourself in, are you? Miss Akino turns back. Her face is red and puffy from crying. It's clear that she's feeling pretty cornered. Okay? So you lost your place in the city, and now you've lost your place here too. The man sits down beside her. Losing your place isn't anything to worry about. It happens to everyone. That Terajima kid is suffering the same, just like you. After being discarded by his own folks, he became scared of losing his place here in Natsugiri too. So he's been going off the rails a little, like spreading around stories about someone's past. The two of them sit for a while longer, listening to the waves. Miss Akino finally speaks. You don't understand. I am a sinful person. This is about far more than losing my place in the world. Miss Akino starts to speak. Well, now we're gonna hear what's up. Hopefully. She had a fiancé, someone chosen for her by her parents. He was a big spender, much older than her, and always out on the town with other women. He wasn't good prospect for her, not by any means. She had hated being forced into it, but her parents were strict and had no ear for her concerns. Amid all of this, she fell in love with a gentleman, a friend from her childhood. He was attracted to her too, but there was something else. He was already married, another loveless marriage. She was a teacher and promised to another, and yet she became pregnant with her dear friend's child. Even amid these difficult conditions, she still felt a moment of hope and happiness. But when her parents found out, they were enraged. Her fiancé treated it as a betrayal as well, even with his own tendencies, and it made him mentally ill. Whoa, okay. Things started to become more difficult for her and for her parents, with everyone around us blaming me. She left work, took a few years off, and then came to Natsugiri in order to start over at this countryside school. She wasn't going to make another mistake. She had to live a proper life, a beautiful, pure life, in order to eradicate the sins of her past. Looking at the beautiful nature and simple people here, that had felt like a possibility. Miss Akino falls silent again. The man eventually opens his mouth once more. That Terachima kid, did you hear? His mom is taking him back. Good news, huh? She is? The guy she's marrying is a decent fellow. He's willing to take her son in. They came to see him together, and the kid likes the guy too. Sometimes these things work out, huh? Wow, I'm happy to hear that. Miss Akina has a complicated expression on her face. He's not a bad kid. I taught him a bit about growing things. He's awkward but hardworking. Sometimes he'd come to my place with injuries on his arms and legs. Those other kids and their dog keep on picking on him. He said he wanted to grow something for himself at his own house, so I gave him some seeds, fertilizer, and insecticide. He did make an offhand comment about maybe that dog eating some of the boric acid by mistake. I didn't think much of it at the time, but then the dog actually got sick. I asked if it was his doing, and scolded him about it. He was really repentant, crying, apologetic, saying he wouldn't do it again. Which means what happened to my dog? We were eating watermelon on the school grounds when his mother and new father showed up. He dashed over to them, leaving all these things behind. I think your dog happened on the bottle he left behind and licked it by a mistake. Yes, that does sound possible. The two of them fall silent again before Miss Akina eventually speaks. Terajima has found his place. I want to do the same, find my place here. The surrounds are lovely and the people seem nicer than I thought too. Okay, whatever makes you happy. If you want some watermelon, you can drop by anytime. I'm going to have leftovers now that kid won't be around. With that, the man leaves. The world vanishes around me. I'm back in the lonely, empty Natsugiri. But I'm happy that Miss Akino made the decision to remain here. Natsugiri Memory Fragment 3 complete. Well. But this is not making any sense, so who is this guy? Who is this guy, huh? The ferry is finally being cancelled. It's all about trains and cars now. Oh? No ferry? Yeah. It's all about the trains and cars now. There's nothing on this side. Oh, I see one globe over there. Okay. A battered letter arrived from somewhere overseas. Does that make any sense? Battered letter. Oh, there's more globes over there. Battered letter. Some scholar is coming from a big university to investigate the burial mound. The president of the department store has gone completely senile, hasn't he? I know. All he ever says is what a disappointment his son is, and how he shouldn't bother coming back. His daughter has taken over the company. Surely he could forgive his son now. Okay. There are so many empty houses in the village. I see something shining on the ground. It looks like some kind of gemstone, but it has a strange shape. There's a hole through it, and it has a shape like a curved water droplet. I look at it intently for a moment, and it's like some kind of magic is drawing me in. This might be a makatama, a sacred jewel. I wonder what it's doing here. The doors to the temple open. A monk comes out, with about 10 others from the neighborhood behind him, all chatting as they go. The smell of incense mixes with the smell of summer grass. From the general atmosphere, it doesn't feel like funeral. I hear one of them speaking. It's been a while since anyone lived in that house. 5 years, I think. Right around the time my son was born. Now he's a cheeky little chatterbox. Time flies. Should we be doing something about it? Getting together and tearing it down, maybe? It's getting pretty run down. The others all voice their general agreement and then fall silent. One person speak up has made everyone take another look at something they have been avoiding thinking about. The whole family died in the war. If that's not bad luck, I don't know what to call it. They stop looking at the bundle of the ground, falling silent. Then some kids come running from this direction of the station. Everyone seems happy to have something to break the silence, and they all turn in that direction. The kids are shouting among themselves, a pile of mops, a pile of dusters. They have semi-serious, semi-mocking looks on their faces. They rush over, obviously having come looking for some adults. They stop in front of them, breathing hard. They are all babbling at once, making it hard to tell what they are saying. The adults persist with questions and eventually work out what the kids are saying. Someone strange got off the train. He was sitting without moving on the bench in the station. He smelled really bad. He had a long beard and wasn't speaking. The kids watched from distance, and he spotted them, stood up and walked off towards the beach. Was he going for a swim, or maybe he was going to live there? Come with us. Get rid of him. That's what the kids say. The adults can't very well let this stand. Hearing that a strange man has appeared, they decide to go with the kids and head to the beach, and I decide to join them. Okay. Every time something new happens, I'm like, oh, is this us? Are we finally gonna figure out what happened? Did I miss something already? We are at the beach, right? Oh, dang it. Let's go back. Oh, yeah. Eh, come on. Where are you? There. Blink. This way, this way. Well, nicely missed that. It's someone we've never seen before. Oh my god, is it really me? Can it be? What happens if he's criminal? Yeah, I don't know. Am I? Oh. The unfamiliar man is sitting on the damp beach, legs stretched out, unconcerned about getting his clothing dirty. In all fairness, his clothing was already pretty dirty. There are stains on his trousers and top, rips and tears too, like tatters of clothing hanging off him, with his wound over with other scraps to hide the holes. I can see why the children called him a pile of mops. A circle around in front of him. I circle around in front of him and look at his face. His face is covered by a wild beard, but he doesn't look that old. His strangely clear, piercing eyes are looking quietly at the mountains and the sea. For a moment, a stuff being drawn inside, I think I see the same kind of light in his eyes as the magatama I pick up. The adults approach him carefully. They look at each other and then quietly ask, Aritachi, is that you? The man they are addressing doesn't even move his eyes. What is he, a ghost? The kids are watching, a few steps further back from the adults, and are still saying silly things. One of the adults shouts at them, Go get the other adults. Tell them that Aritachi is home. Okay, so they know him. The kids nod their heads, looking a little more relaxed about things now. They know the adults recognize him. They run off towards the station again, a bit less maniac than before. The others look at Aritachi, still seemingly unable to believe it, surrounding the man in his tattered clothing. Hey, speak to us. It's been 5 years, longer, since you went to war. Everyone thought you were dead. We had a funeral and closed out your estate. We never thought you'd come back after all this time. What happened to you? Tell us, please. The man doesn't respond. He's just quietly looking at the ocean. Did you hear what happened to your parents and brother? They went into the city together and got caught up in an air raid. Everyone in Natsugiri was waiting, hoping that you and Masaki would make it back. Your house is still standing, but it's pretty run down by now. Hearing that all his family are dead, Aritachi slowly turns his head and looks at the man who's talking. His eyes aren't sad or surprised, just steeped in the deep despair. It's like a jolt of pure terror, looking into the depth of the soul of someone who have lived without a shred of hope in his life. The man finally opens his mouth. It's so hot, and the green is so rich. It dazzles my eyes. He's lost his whole family and finally made it home. A considerably length of time after the end of the war. To be confronted by this, the other adults don't know how to react. After a pause, Aritachi adds some more. I was held for years in a place so cold even grass only grows for the briefest time in summer. That's what he says. Words to that effect. His voice is small. It's like he's even forgotten how to put emotions into his words. The sounds of the waves covers the exact words he uses in some places. A moment later, the sound of those same waves is mixed with the sound of a car engine, drawing closer. I look towards the station to see a black car approaching. It crosses the railway crossing and stops in front of the beach. The kids who went off to get the other adults are running back behind the car. Whoever is inside the vehicle must be one of the people they called. This kind of car must be a rare sight around here, because the kids circle wide-eyed around it. When they reach out to touch, however, the white-gloved driver briskly warns them off. The back door opens and a woman comes out, wearing a long skirt and with an elegant feather hat on her head. It's the daughter of the department president. What's your mouth? She's the president now. The other adults are buzzing with this new arrival. She doesn't care about her heels sinking into the sand and tosses the parasol in her hand onto the ground without even opening it before walking directly towards the man. She arrives in front of him, sinking to her knees in the sand to put her eye level at his own. My brother, Masaki. What happened to Masaki? Aritachi looks back at her with those same deep yet emotionless eyes, staying silent for a moment. The waves lap over and over, filling the gap between them. He died, Aritachi finally answers briefly. The woman's eyes open just a little wider. Her lips tremble, but she keeps control. Her voice is measured, and even as she replies, I see. Do you have anything of his at all? No chance of that. He was stripped by the enemy soldiers, then buried. I buried him. His voice is deep, his words brief, reverberating low like a wind of the ocean. She doesn't even blink, shaking her head from side to side a few times, and then quietly stands up. She doesn't pay any heed to the sand on her knees, gives a quick bow, and heads for the car. The dust kicked up by its departure dances in the air. Wow. There's something wrong with him. He's been on the beach all the time since he came back without talking to anyone. It's pretty creepy. Did you do it? Did you kill Masaki? Why didn't you come back together? It's a woman's voice again, but a different woman from before. A younger voice than the woman from the car, with a firmer tone to it. I looked to see a very small woman, tight-lipped, looking intently at the man. Aritachi is sitting in the same place as before, looking at the ocean. His clothing is new, all fixed up, and his beard has gone too. There's no sign of people who surrounded him before. This scene must be from at least a few days after the last one. Yet he is still sitting on the beach alone, watching the waves, uncaring of the sand getting everywhere. He also doesn't reply to the woman's accusations. Did you kill him? Is that why you returned alone? She repeats her questions. Her voice is shaking. This Masaki fellow left Natsugiri with Aritachi, and then neither of them came back. I wonder what the connection is between them. I have letter. It suddenly arrived about 1 year ago. With that she takes from her bag a battered looking envelope, retrieves the letter from inside and starts reading it. It looks like she's read it a lot in the time since it arrived. It isn't written on anything close to proper letter paper, created from some shimmer of different papers. Now faded with age, the creases looking ready to turn into tears. Dear Katsuko, I'm sure this sudden letter is a surprise. It's been 4 years since I sent you my last letter from Natsugiri. After that, like so many other young people, I headed out to war. Though the fighting is long finished, I find myself trapped in this frozen northern land, wishing to get home, thinking only of you, the cooling years ticking by. I've learned that my fellow prisoners are planning an escape, and that has prompted me to ask this letter be smuggled out to you. I pray it reaches you safely. The woman reading the letter must be called Satsuko. It sounds like she and Masaki used to send letters to each other. There must have been an attraction between them. That could be why she's so desperately trying to find out what happened to him. After the letters from him dried up, she probably started to think he was dead. And then the arrival of this final letter gave her another spark of hope. He survived the front lines, enemy bullets never finding his flesh, overcoming the hard struggle with human foes and nature alike, but then ended up prisoner anyway, crammed in with other soldiers, the cold freezing around them, barely any food to eat, forced into hard labor through day after day of drudgery and despair. Katsuko continues to read the letter. I know this is also sudden, but I've ended up here with a man called Aritachi, who also comes from Natsugiri. We grew up together and joined up together, shipping out on the same day, but then ended up fighting in different places. I never expected to meet him again here, at the end of the world, and first we enjoyed reminiscing together about home. But as the months pass here, and then the years, everyone has been pushed closer to the edge. I'm not sure when things went wrong, and I'm sorry for putting this onto you, but I think he is going to try and take my life. If anything should happen to me. When Katsuko reaches this point in the letter, the expressionless man's eyes open wide, as though surprised or scared. Inexplicably, what? Inexplicable? Emotions are clear from his eyes, his mouth, and expression on his face. I look at his face, and my own awareness twists for a moment. My ears ring, the world blurs, and the ground starts to roll like ocean waves. My head is spinning, but something comes back to me. The one who wrote this letter was Masaki? Yes, Masaki. It sounds like a name I've heard recently. I can't recall where. I heard it really recently, I'm sure. Yes, we did. We did. A feathered hat bouncing in the distance. That's right, the name of the brother of the woman from the car. And this man in front of me, his name was... But no, I can't recall. Everything is melting away, preventing me from remembering. I shake my head. The man in front of me settles his gaze on a small shell on the beach. If you spend too long around me, the cops will take notice. They keep an eye on everyone who returned from that hell and anyone involved with them. I don't care. They won't find anything untoward about me. I just want to know the truth about Masaki. Her words are sharp and carry weight and power. The man thinks for a moment. If you insist, then I'll tell you everything I saw. Come to my house tonight. You can even bring his sister with you if you like. The man points towards his house. It's the farm in the distance with the large storage house attached. You don't want to visit the man at home? Especially not the haunted house? But that's the only place I'll do it. If you don't like it, don't show up. His words sound warped right up to the end. The haunted house. That phrase catches at me too. Haunted house. Where did I hear that? Right. His family passed away, and his house was left in disarray. That's why it looks like a haunted house. That makes sense. Kazuko says, very well, I will call on you later. She gives a quick bow and then leaves. I should head to the house too. But we've heard the haunted house before. But I still don't know what was the haunted house. Because we never went there. The teacher never went there. Is it this house then? Yes, it is. Logs are cracking in the fire pit, emitting a warm light. Stepping away from the light source immediately plunges the vicinity into darkness. There are 3 people positioned around the flames. The two women are sitting properly, legs tucked beneath them, waiting for the men to start talking. It's like a heavy black silence is lying over everything. The man uses a poker to adjust the logs, causing sparks to dance up into the air and scatter like little fireworks. I have nothing, emptiness. Only colors soothe me. These warm colors are wonderful, the man mutters to himself. The other two just watch him quietly, intently. The man continues to talk to himself. It doesn't matter if I'm here at home or in that frozen house, nothing much changed. The warm red of the fire, the deep greens of nature, maybe those are the only differences. He prods the fire again. He goes on, as though spitting out some kind of terrible curse. I never had much of a loving family to come back to anyway. My parents were clearly failures, but clung to their pride. They gave their favors to my older brother, who was born with a better face than I. They were always bothering him up with things they could never actually know, like saying he was the spitting image of our proud ancestors. The two women look over for a moment at the family shrine, standing close up in the dark corner, but then look away. I think Masaki felt the same way about this. What do you think? This wasn't exactly the warm home that he longed to get back to, now was it? Masaki's sister looked frightened for a moment. I've no idea what you are talking about. Her tone is cold. She clearly wants to cover her reaction and get into the real reason why they are here. The man pays no attention to the frost rimming her comment and continues at his own pace. Masaki told you everything, didn't he? That's what it sounded like to me, from the way he described you. But where do you stand in this? When your brother didn't come back from the war, you took over the business from your parents. They both gone senile now, and apparently spent most of the time complaining about what failure that same brother turned out to be. Your brother loved and respected you. How did you feel about him? The same. Of course I did, the same. But she takes a moment to reply and lowers her eyes. There had to be some complicated feelings there, which held her tongue for a moment. The fire's dying down. The man finally starts to explain about Masaki. And about what happened after their reunion in the far north. He explains that Masaki always seemed a little unstable. He was also concerned with whether those around him were really his allies, if they would side with him, no matter what. He was quite blunt in his attempts to get into the good books, not only of the prisoners, former commanders, but even the guards from the other side. As a result, a lot of people didn't really care for him. He purchased people's ire and jealousy and was beaten and messed with when away from prying eyes. I understood that this all was the result of an inferiority complex and superiority complex twisting inside him. I liked the guy. I did. When we were first reunited, during the short summer night, we lay in the grass and looked up the stars and shared stories of home and memories of our childhoods. He talked about one woman he had been trading letters with, but how she was surely long married by now. What it felt like to be treated as a person, to be held by others and to feel love, and how being here made you forget all that. He said all that with a deep and slow voice as we watched the stars wheeling overhead. I could instinctively tell this was the sadness that lay at the deepest part of his being. I was living the same sadness, the same loneliness, after all. It didn't matter if we were in our seemingly peaceful home or out there in the wilds amid the death and betrayal. Our base nature was unchanged. It didn't seem possible. I wouldn't have thought it possible, but our tragic nature resonated together. The fire in a pit is now just glowing red embers. The world sinks into even deeper darkness. Maybe his memory is scattered, confused, or maybe he just doesn't care put things in any kind of order, because he gradually expands from his memories of Masaki to more general events that happened in the camp. How the sparkling summer sky out in the plains, that slice of brief summer, stayed with him. Everyone lost weight, thinned by down circumstances. They dreamed of getting home and died off with those dreams unfulfilled. Resentment festered, with betrayal and informing on each other becoming a standard practice, insanity growing around them. And how involved Masaki was with all of that. The good guys, the gentle ones, the ones without ego. This was a place that shoot them up first. It was a place to drive you mad, many said. One day Masaki planned an escape. He used information gathered from the guards to piece together the watch positions and even the terrain around the camp. He told some of the others that in spring, when the flowers bloomed across the river, there might be a chance to escape when we were sent to work in the southwest. If we could shake off pursuit for 2 days heading west, we might reach the small village. The people there should provide further aid. If they could provide some food, then we could hop on an eastbound train that passed close to the village and make our escape. Everyone who heard the plan would eventually put it into action. I was among them myself, so I thought that he trusted me, and I trusted him too, but for whatever reason, he didn't take part in the escape himself. Maybe he wanted us to sacrifice ourselves first and see what happened, whether the guards noticed, whether the escapees were captured and sent back. The small woman looks at the envelope clutched in her hand. He must have sent that letter out with one of those who managed to escape. I had no energy left myself, and didn't even really want to get home, so I refused to take part. Maybe my refusal is why he became suspicious of me. Maybe that's why he wrote those things in his letter. I can't be sure about anything with him. Anyway, the few who did escape did so without notice. It seemed they had made it far away. We had no way of knowing if they had safely made it home, and the possibility of that seemed low, but their escape was still a big help, mentally, to those left behind. The long, dark winter soon arrived. Everyone got weaker. More of us died. Then the ice melted again, with the breath of spring returning to make our hearts ache. He said he wanted to run again. He said he was going to this time too. He invited me to go along. I could hardly find the energy. I was exhausted, truly, in body and soul. The betrayals, the deaths, the absence of trust, the absence of hope. I had lost everything. I had nothing left. If my own joy was to feel the beauty of the sky and the plants, then what did it matter if I died and became one with the earth? That was how I started to think. The fire has also completely gone out. My eyes have long adjusted to the darkness, and yet I can still hardly see anything. But the woman remained in place, not moving, listening intently. But he kept saying, "Visit the grave of together in Natsugiri." I decided, run with them, I should. Huh? I've been listening to his long tale of past in some kind of reverie, but now I snap back to myself. I can't make out what he's saying. The words are twisted and warped. I strain my ears. His lips are barely moving. He is staring off into the space, with a vacant look in his face, as though even he has forgotten what he's talking about. The two women are sitting around him, as the time has stopped too, expressionless. The last of the wood in the fire pit is burning away, giving off the final popping fireworks as it vanishes. The makatama in my hand glows with a strange light as it reflects that final little explosion. In the end, though, I had no reason to go back. He wanted me to join, but I didn't go. I had no reason to try and get back home. So I decided not to take part in this escape. He didn't look happy about that. He told me that I had to. That it was stupid that I didn't. But it was the right choice. The next morning, there was a commotion among the guards, waking us up even earlier than normal. Those who tried to escape had been captured and dragged back to be lined up in the front of the barricade. This time they had been stopped. It had worked out last year, but this time, with him taking part himself, they had been caught and failed. The escapees knew what was coming. They looked down at the ground but didn't resist. Masaki was the only one reacting differently. He was looking around, desperation in his eyes, but no one paid any attention to him. Soldiers lined up, expressionless, in front of the prisoners. They raised their guns and opened fire without second thought. After that, one of the other prisoners heard the guards talking. Masaki had been working with our captors. He had lured the people he didn't like into trying to escape, then had the soldiers waiting in ambush to take them out. For his aid in luring out these bad elements, he had been hoping to get some kind of reward from the guards. But the enemy had changed their mind, or perhaps been playing him from the start. Masaki had been captured too. That was the truth behind all this. We were made to bury the bodies. When I shoveled the earth onto him, I got a glimpse of his face. He looked peaceful. His final few years have been endless cycle of suspicion, thinking constantly about who to trust, who to betray, and who might betray him. But his face in death did not look exhausted or sad. It felt like he had been freed from the suffering of mortal life and would now peacefully become one with these beautiful flowers. In the afternoon of that same day, a huge arch of cloud reached across the sky. I've never seen its like before or since. A single glittering bar of cloud reaching from the horizon to the other in the huge, lonely arch. To me, it looked like a pathway through the sky, taking the souls of the departed away to the east. About 1 month after the attempted escape, we were suddenly told that we were being released and sent on our way. It was a long and hard journey, by train and then boat. I returned to my homeland, a place which nothing much I believe in, and nothing much left for me. There's no one here I especially wanted to see, and all that remains for my life is to consider how I lost everything. That's it. That's everything. If you want to believe it, go ahead. If not, then don't. There's no proof either way. You can believe whatever you need to satisfy yourself. No one he wants to see. Someone who has been forgotten. Someone who vanished. Or someone who died. My head is dropping. In that moment, the magatama in my hand starts to glow, light spilling out from around my fingers. I can see something. What is that? Something is glowing in the dark night. I narrow my eyes and focus. I feel something warm and something hostile merging and mixing together. Natsugiri memory fragment 4 complete. So, what is it? I need to find my next clue. Oh, there's something over there. I can see someone, but only very faintly. I can't follow them like this. Where is it? Where? Here? No. Oh, over there? Sounds like he failed the exam. Hardly a bright future for him. What? There were loads of expensive cars stopped at Masaki's house in town. I wonder what's going on. Where? Where should I be looking? There's a one thingy over there. It's even harder and thicker than normal day, isn't it? one over here? Yes. They really know how to throw a graduation party. I'll give them that. If you feel like you've lost something important, but don't even know what it is, should you really search for it? Another vision from the real world. At the dazzling sunlight, I half close my eyes, putting up a hand to block the light. The sunlight seems stronger than normal, like even the birds and insects are hiding in the shade. None of the children are playing outside, and the road has a hollow and empty impression. A black car drives over the railway crossing. It stops at the side of the road, and a white-gloved driver climbs out and then opens the door to the back seats. A young girl climbs out. She looks in her late teens. She heads towards where a young man, probably around the same age, is standing. Under the blazing sun, he is staring at the single point in the sky. I'm not sure quite what he is doing. Excuse me, hello? Aren't you Aritachi? My brother Masaki's friend? The youth called Aritachi slowly turns his head to look at her and replies unsteadily, "Yes, I am. I'm sorry. Not sure what I'm doing here. My apologies. I think this heat is melting my head. Is this about Masaki? Yes, we can't find him. Today is a very important day for our family." He understands that he has to. My father is going to be introducing him to one of his key trading partners. Masaki has been told over and over how important today is for him taking over the business. Why is he acting like this? I just can't understand him sometimes. It's like he's going out of his way to disappoint our father, to disappoint me. I'm sorry for burdening you with all of this. I know you get along well with my brother. I wondered if maybe you know where to find him. Could you help me look for him? Sure, of course. I haven't seen him today either. But he likes to get a cold drink at the cafe on a hot day like today. The cafe will close by soon. The cafe will be closed by now, but I'll ask people around the station if anyone has seen him. If I find him, I should tell him to head right home, correct? Yes, thank you. I'm sorry for asking you to help and then running off, but I have to get home and see to our guests. I'll keep them waiting as long as I can, but please tell him to come back quickly as possible. Thank you so much. The girl gives deep bow, gets back in the car, and the driver drives her away. I see Aritachi walk off towards the cafe. He said it was closed, but that he'd ask around about Masaki. I should head that way too. Cafe is closed, but there's someone around the back. Around the back of the cafe, a woman who runs the place is resting a little in the shade, probably after bringing the trash out after closing up. Aritachi is standing there talking to her. Yes, Masaki came today. He had his usual, just like always. but he had a look on his face like he was cornered by something. He didn't have that normal spark, so I asked him what was wrong. He said it was nothing. Then he paid up and left, just like always. Then a man from the house next door joins the conversation. You are asking about Masaki? I saw him down by the river, crouching looking into the water. He almost drowned in that river as a kid, but that hasn't stopped him from fishing down there or looking for strange rocks. I spoke to him today, asked him if he was okay on a hot day like this, without even wearing a hat. He said he was fine, but also that something felt strange, that he had to search for someone. I wondered what he was talking about, but his home life isn't the easiest. His father expects a lot from him, so I decided to leave West alone. After that, the man and the cafe owner both go back inside their respective homes, muttering about how hot it is and not wanting to melt outside. Aritachi heads off towards the river. I should follow him. There is so many spots! Oh my god. There's a rusty spinning top stuck between the rocks. It doesn't seem important this time. There's a life preserver here, probably forgotten by children. Well, that's the... A beautiful green stone, sparkling translucently. There are a lot of these down there. Aritachi searches the bank for a while, then he finds something sparkling among the tumble of rocks. It's a pocket watch. The front glass seems to be broken. Masaki must have dropped this, so he was definitely here. With that, he looks around again. At the farmhouse nearby, bent over old lady is watering her plants. Oh, here? Yes, here. Oh. The old woman is pretty deaf, but after shouting a greeting a few times, she finally notices Aritachi. He shows her the watch and asks about Masaki. Oh my, that's the watch belonging to the department store boy. Look at it, all broken like that. What a shame. Yes, I saw him. He was there until not long ago. I thought he was looking around for something he lost. Maybe he was looking for that watch. Then he went up there, taking the small path into the mountains, at the side of the waterfall. I thought maybe he was trying to cool off from all this heat. The old lady starts to natter about which flowers grow best in the shade, and something about her departed husband. But Aritachi cuts her off with a firm thank you and heads off along the path Masaki took. Yeah, so it's... the path near the waterfall. So is it over there? Or did I miss something already? Oh my goodness. No sparkling thingies. What did the lady say? She said the path near the waterfall. And we were standing here. Do I have to go back down? I don't see anything here though. Nope. Maybe I have to just walk the path? There's definitely nothing here. You would think there would be one of the sparkling thingies over here. But I don't see anything. Oh, there we go. The calls of the cascades get louder and louder as I'm surrounded by the trees, and the heat around me feels like weight pressing down on my body. Climbing the steep mountain path makes me sweat. When I reach the top, I see Masaki ahead. Oh! I wonder what he's doing. For a moment I think he's looking at the cascade on the tree. But there's nothing in the direction he's looking. He's just staring fixed into the space. He's standing completely without moving, as though he's no longer a part of this world. I've seen someone looking like that before. Aritachi had been standing just like it when I first saw him on this day, snagging back to himself when someone finally spoke to him. Aritachi moves over to Masaki and speaks. Hey, what are you doing? Your sister's looking for you. Masaki looks distractedly at Aritachi. His eyes seem completely unfocused at first, as though he doesn't know what's going on or who's speaking. The light finally returns to his eyes, as though coming back to himself, and at the same time anger spreads across his face. Oh, he mad. He grabs Aritachi's shoulders with both hands. Hey, what do you mean? You're the one who asked me to help you find Reiko. Wait a minute, who is Reiko? That's right, today's the day I have to meet Dad's business partner, but I'm out here with you. Tears well up in Masaki's panic-stricken eyes. Aritachi pushes his arms away with a confused expression. Calm down, what are you talking about? Reiko hasn't gone anywhere. I don't remember saying anything of the sort. What is going on? I'm going to the old bookstore to pick up a book. Come with me and see for yourself. Stop joking around, you are the one who came to me. Forget that. You need to get back to your father. He'll give you a good whack if you don't. Your sister is worried too. No, that doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if I'm there or not. That's why I thought it was a good excuse to get out of there when you asked me to help find Reiko. I'm not sure what's going on. It's almost like they aren't having the same conversation. Masaki didn't just vanish or run away from his father. He was looking for this girl called Reiko, and he claims that Aritachi is the one who asked him to do so. But Aritachi is not only saying he never asked such thing, but also that Reiko isn't even missing. Maybe she works at the old bookstore? The two of them head in that direction. I follow along. Okay, old bookstore. That was the first place we went to, right? That's this place. Uh-huh. Hey Reiko, two customers come into the store. It's strangely cool inside. The smell of the old books and aged wooden building create a mysterious area split off from the rest of the world. I absolutely love this feeling. That's why I'm so happy to have been born as the daughter of a bookstore owner. One of the customers is Aritachi. That makes me happy. But I also don't want it to show my face. I try to keep my cool. Hello, you two. It's hot today, isn't it? The sunlight feels so strong. From inside this dim old place, the world outside looks so brilliant white. Like I'll evaporate if I step out there. I heard you found the book I requested. Could I get it? Yes, of course. It's here. My dad put in the time in finding that one. He had to call around all sorts of places. I hope you appreciate that as you read it. Dad, Aritachi is here. Can you bring that book down, please? As she calls, the sound of someone coming down the stairs at the back creaks out. Aritachi and Masaki look at the shelves around them, idly picking up books and flipping around them. The door that divides the shop from the living space opens. A middle-aged man comes out from inside. The world twists and warps for a moment. My ears ring. Now there are only 3 people in the store. The owner, Aritachi, and Masaki. The air inside the store suddenly feels hollow, as though something important has been removed. The sunlight from outside is still burning in, blazing like white-hot fire. Hey Aritachi, is this the book you wanted? Research into the Natsugiri burial mound. Here. This wasn't easy to find. A scholar came here during the Meiji period, conducted his own quiet investigation and then published that. But even university libraries have trouble getting copied now. I'm sorry for the trouble. Thank you for making the effort. No worries, I don't have any kids. So my books are like my children. Finding a good book and placing it with the customer is the one joy in my life. The owner gives a bright and cheerful smile. Aritachi pays him for the book. Although I wouldn't say no to having a cute daughter who could help me run this place. The owner jokes as he heads back inside. What did you want that musty old book for, Aritachi? Masaki asks, peering at the book. just something I was thinking about. They say a princess from ancient times is buried in that mound. Apparently, the shrine here was put to worship the white cat and black cat that serves as her protective deities. Your own love of searching through the rocks on the riverbend is because you said you are looking for ancient Makatama, right? Then the scene from the real world fades away. I'm back in the empty Natsugiri. But not completely empty. I hear a cat meow from outside. That space filled with bright white light. There's a white cat sitting there, almost blending completely into the brilliance. I look at the cat, and it pats softly away, as though inviting me after it. Wait, what does that mean? Where did he go? Where did the cat go? The white cat moves from the main street away around the back. Then I notice another cat, sitting and watching me softly from the shadows. The black cat has sparkling golden yellow eyes. The white cat leads me over to the black one, and then the two of them look away. Aritachi and Masaki are in the direction they are looking. I'm not sure if this scene comes before or after the one in the bookstore. Masaki speaks first. Check it out. What craftsmanship. My dad bought it for me. He said I'd need a decent sword if I ever had to go off to the war. It was meant to be celebrating my graduation, but that's not happening now. Anyway, come on, show me yours. This sword pass it down in your family through the generations. The sword your folks are always boasting about. Aritachi unwraps some old cloth in his arms, taking out a long sword from inside. My family have fallen on hard times, just like them to still boast about this sword, like we have anything else. All they care about are appearances. What a joke. With the scratching sound, Aritachi pulls the sword from the scabbard. It's pretty rusty and clearly isn't being well cared for. Masaki takes a look and then goes back to the hungrily staring in self-satisfaction at his own glittering sword, an alluring light reflecting in his eyes. My sister introduced me to someone. I've been sending letters to her. She's a student, really nice. I'm hoping to invite her to Natsugiri some point soon. She seems to really like me, and I like her too. So you get it right? If she comes here, you need to play along with whatever I say. Yeah, I get it. But you are never going to tell her you failed the exam. Hey, where did that come from? No need to be nasty. Why would I tell her that? No reason to bother her with it. It's embarrassing. I mean, I'll have to share some stuff with her before we actually meet, but for now, pah. Masaki looks around as he makes this frustrated exclamation. The two of them are discussing all sorts of things, and from the fragments I hear, I manage to piece it together. Aritachi and Masaki attended the same school. Aritachi was a good student, but Masaki failed their final exam, and so they met here for Aritachi to cheer him up. That had been the plan, but then Masaki told Aritachi to sneak out with the sword his parents were so proud of. Once they actually met up, he launched it into a long string of how own boasts and bragging. Embarrassing? It's nothing. You practically got everything. You do know that, right? You really do. While I feel like I'm losing everything, everything is slipping away. That's the feeling, the tragic feeling I've had in my heart since I was a kid. Are you serious? You really mean that? The irony, saying that in front of me. There's nothing ironic about it. Think rationally for a moment. Your father was succeeded in business and gives you everything you might need. You have a kind sister, loving girl who writes your letters, kind adults, great friends, so many people around you. How can you complain? I don't have any of those things. None of them at all. It looks easy from the outside, doesn't it? My dad is successor. We are richest folks around here. I have to follow in his footsteps. That's how it sets up for now. But I know the truth. My parents are disappointed with me. I've had tutor trying to teach me all sort of things, management, accounting, but it's all too hard for me. I can feel it. My father wishes my sister had been a son. When I'm studying, my sister takes great interest in the books my tutor leaves me for homework. She flips through reading them. The next day, she starts debating these complex things with my dad, right there in front of me. If I was to vanish, just go away, I'm pretty sure my sister would quickly be the one taking over the business. That's what everyone thinks. Do you remember when I was a kid? Everyone loved me. The teachers, the kids at school. But that changed as the years passed. The people around me started to back away. I could feel it. Our relationships became surface level only. Their hearts weren't in it. It's like I can't hear them at all, muttering behind my back about failing to meet my potential. My sister is kind, but only on the surface. She thinks I'm a moron too. I know she does. I know they all do. Can you imagine how horrible that is for me? Everyone around me looking at me like that, condemning me like that, but on the surface appearing so kind, so false, such hollow kindness. There are tears in Masaki's eyes, and he slams the intricate worked sword down onto the ground. He glares at Aritachi as he continues. You have Reiko, who likes you at least. You know she likes you, right? Of course you do. But I like her too. I always have, damn it. You say you've got nothing. You say you are going to lose everything. Good. Masaki picks up his sword from the ground and adopts a forward-facing stance. Let's settle it here. A duel. Let's see which of us really has everything. Which of us is, if really goes to lose everything. I saw you. Come at me. The trembling of his hands is transmitted to the sword. Hold on, you are acting crazy today. Has the sun baked your brain? Has holding that sword turned you daft? You need to cool off. I've never really liked you. That look you give me, like you are being kind, but really you are mocking me. You are the same as my father, as my sister, as everyone else. No, you are worse than all of them. If you think you are losing everything, let me give you a hand with that. Masaki raises the sword, closes his eyes and swings it down hard. I'm unable to tear my eyes from the scene, unable to even blink. Then time suddenly stops. Masaki's sword is about to come down on Aritachi's head. His blade is sure to cause serious life-ending damage if he completes the attack. There are two women standing next to me. They are wearing robes like shrine maiden. One in black, one in pure white. Both of them have sparkling golden eyes piercing into me. Their lips move very slightly, muttering in fashion that almost sounds like an incantation. Do you wish to change this world? Do you wish to save these two from their fate? That is possible. It isn't even a difficult thing. But it means you will not be able to remain in this world. It was short, wasn't it? So short. It isn't easy to save flesh and blood person. So little you can do. But if you really do want to change this sad, helpless world, there is another way. This is simple too. Power gathers within the center of circular movement, taking the place where you overlap and shifting it. These two women, what are they talking about? Link the boundaries and cross the dimensions. Are you ready? Take the train from the station, and when you come back, these people will be saved. That is all. If you depart this world once, you can always save them, always intervene. That is what you always wanted, deep in your heart, isn't it? The two of them murmur these things to me, really sounding like some kind of incantation. Their mouths aren't moving, the words ring inside my mind. That's right, I want to save them, I have to do something. I can't think of anything else. A strong sense of duty rises up inside me, not my own thought, not even a feeling originating within myself. I can't leave things like this. There's no time to hesitate. I don't know why, but that's how I feel, like I don't have any other choice. Vanishing and then intervening, that is my duty. And here we are again. Alright. Okay, I think okay. The cascades are still chirping. The sun is still blazing bright. But I feel like I'm becoming hollowed out. Stuff the nature around me is now passing through me. I look around. Maybe something has changed. I decide to head back to where the two of them were fighting. They were somewhere here. Were they? Oh, right here. Masaki shows off his shirt. flashing it around, and then they start arguing again, getting more and more heated. The sword is smashed down onto the ground. Everything is the same as before. Then I realize I still have the jade green magatama in my hand. That's right, I found it on the ground a while back. I place it down on the ground next to the sword, between the two of them. It's something old, surely, maybe even something belonging to the princess in the burial mound. I feel like its strange power may be able to bring the rift between the two of them. Maybe it will change something. Masaki is speaking. You think you are losing everything? You have someone who actually likes you, someone who cares? He tries off as though he's forgetting what he was talking about. Aritachi shakes his head sadly. Someone who likes me? I can't think of anyone. My parents dote on my brother, as you already know. I've always been alone. You've always had more friends, as this talk of people mocking you behind your back. It's all in your head. Just cool down, okay? Masaki purses his lips. As for me, Aritachi, I vanished from your life in order to save you. Does that mean you've lost me? But please, don't be sad about it. I did it to save you. Aritachi picks up the sword and the jade magatama that I placed at the side. In the moment his fingers touch it, he looks off into the sky with unfocused eyes, like he's seeing some distant memory. Natsugiri Memory Fragment 5 complete. Hello? Why is it nighttime? Oh, this is something new. Oh, should I go here first? A night scene spreads out around me. People are dressed in yukata, heading in the direction of the beach. It's time for the floating lantern already. Yeah, it's going to be beautiful again this year. Okay. There's a sign here for the floating lanterns. It explains that the lanterns in Natsugiri aren't floating out to the sea, like in other places, but are made like balloons out of Japanese paper, the air inside warmed by the candle to be released up into the sky. There is a picture of the lanterns, all rising like fireflies, the light from the stars and the ground all merging into a single brilliant illumination. It also says it started in the Kamakura period, but the reasons for this tradition have not been passed down to the present. No one remembers. I see lanterns rising into the sky, an illusory column of light across the hundreds of years, every single year without fail, light sent off into the sky by the hands of so many people. They all align and merge together, becoming so bright it's like daylight around me. The very air quivers. Another and another lantern rises upward. As I watch the lights rising away, the light in front of me fades away. A moment ago it was like everything melted together, but now it's like water dripping from the waterfall, flowing backwards in time, slowly increasing the darkness of the night. Then more lights. They continue upward, blending into the darkness. 5, 4, 3, 2, and the final one, glittering brightly one final time. Shuddering as though afraid to leave my side, I hear a cat meow. Then again, this one is slightly higher pitched. 2 cats then. It's coming from the bamboo grove next to the temple. Then a calm, neutral voice rings out in my head. Let me show you the beginnings of the lantern tradition in this place. You seem to have forgotten about it. The final light in front of me flies off towards the bamboo grove, as though inviting me along behind it. Stop enticing me to remember something even more important. I hear a man's voice. This is a memento of my father and the departed princess. We shall place them here and create a temple. Forgive me, both of you, for laying you to the rest here in this place so far from our ancestral lands. Please forgive me. We shall build a temple as best we can. We have limited tools, limited workers, but we'll do what we can. We have the time. Some people around him are crying. What is this? From the time the temple was first created? Now it's a small but fine-looking temple. It seems to have been created long ago as a memorial to someone. The ball of light turns to the left and heads away along the mountain path. The mountain path at night looks like dark has opened its maw for me, instilling the terror that I might be caught forever in the dark, depthless world. But then I remember the voice from before, telling me to remember something I've forgotten. Those words ring inside my skull, binding me, and it feels like I'm being drawn toward the mountain path with almost no sensation in my own hands and feet. What is happening? That's right, this is nothing compared to having lost everything, struggling through those mountains. That endless muddy track, no sensation in our feet. Our food all used up, and yet all that nothing again. Compared to everything we had already lost. It's a man's voice again. Then I see people, dozens of them, men, women, young and old, silently walking through the mountain at night. I look more closely to see they are all wearing dirty, torn kimono, and many of the men have swords at their sides. This isn't contemporary vision. Maybe it's connected to how the lanterns event got started. It's like I'm looking down on them from slightly floaty, elevated position. They can't see me, don't know I'm there. My body's light, floating like one of those lanterns. I can clearly see the expressions on each of their faces. Their bodies are exhausted, with some of them even walking barefoot, perhaps having worn out their sandals. Their feet are bleeding from under the nails from their legs, but it looks like a while since they've had any time to worry about such injuries or to take a break. An old lady falls over, her legs collapsing beneath her. She has to be at her physical limit. She raises her arms and tries to grab the leaves of one of the passing men. The man is young and small, however, and apologizes before looking away and carrying on. The others do the same. Wow. No one stops to help her. No one tries to pick her up or carry her. She is left behind by the exhausted group, left alone in the darkness. That means this kind of thing, leaving one of their own behind, isn't the first time for this exhausted group as they head towards some destination or away from somewhere else. They simply continue to walk, pushed on by deep despair, the animalistic, semi-unconscious instinct for those with the energy, and only those to carry on as far as they possibly can. That's what it looks like. What? What? Siegen has been killed. Are you sure? Yes, Lord Siegen has and his men fought bravely, but their fort was overrun and fell into the enemy hands. It must have been hard for him to leave you and the princess behind. Lord Aritachi, please compose yourself. I heard these voices from the darkness. Aritachi. Oh, interesting. The clattering sound of armor too, the light of candles, the presence of multiple men. I'm seeing a scene from long ago. That much is clear now. Aritachi, that name has a nostalgic ring to it. Who was he? The man bites his lip hard, gripping his hand together and glaring down at the ground, stuff to bore the hole into it. We have been fighting for decades. At one time we pushed them back, driving for a while, but then the tide turned against us again, and our foe surged back. Now so few of us remain. Having the bold Sieg on our side was perhaps the final thing supporting our morale. I know that all too well. Losing him might be the final blow for us. Lord Siegen has been our ally since the time of our father, Aritachi, and I also feel such sorrow for his daughter, Lady Ray. Okay, this starts to be really weird. So there has been ancestors the same name as the people in this village now. A young woman is sitting alone in a room illuminated by the pale blue moon, reading by light of candle. In comes the master of this castle, the young man called Aritachi. As avid a reader as ever I see. At that comment she shifts her eyes from the book to look at him. Her long eyelashes glitter translucent in the moonlight. Yes, just like you, my lord Aritachi. Is it strange for a woman like me to read so much, perhaps? She smiles at Aritachi. He turns his eyes aside, as though unable to look directly at her smile. A heavy silence lasts for a few moments as he struggles to preach a difficult subject. Woman continues speaking, perhaps aware of his hesitation, perhaps not. But I have strong feeling. The conflict will end soon. Once that happens, we need more remaining than barren sadness. I need to plant something beautiful inside myself and nurture it keenly, for when our world is peace finally arrives. When it does, I hope that I may find the opportunity to share with the people the knowledge and stories I have learned. Whether they are poems that tell the distant lands, the records of this conflict, or tales of your own brilliance, Aritachi. After all, we suffer such hardship at the moment, our people and our soldiers too. It's and fun to be had in these times of strife. You are of noble blood. It is unlikely you will be allowed to address the common folk so casually. Why ever not, though? The world is always changing, or maybe we shall be the ones to change it. The princess has a gentle smile on her face, but Aritachi's face is harsh. To change the world, indeed. If I had not been born into such times, I would have loved to live my life in poetry and song, but all I can do today is fight. Silence falls again, a hard and heavy silence, as though the shadows cast by the moonlight through the window can be seen moving across the room. Aritachi is the one who breaks it, although he still seems unable to boast his real reason for being there. When you first came to me, it was on a night with a beautiful moon like this. To start with, I didn't even want to meet you. Sigen has long been an ally of my father. To hear of his daughter, the daughter of such an important man, and that she was to be married to me. Just the kind of shame my father would think of. I thought of myself as nothing but a leaf carried swirly through the torrent of my father's ambitions, to simply be used up by him. Until you actually arrived, until you first came to this place, and I saw your beauty and your grace for the first time. He stops talking again. The princess seems to have sensed something in his manner. Lord Aritachi, you have come to tell me something, have you not? She asks. Their determination finally settles in his face. Your father is gone. I am told it was a brave and fitting end. I see. And what will you do next? Continue to fight. That is the only choice. But is that really what you want to do? But no, I shouldn't ask such thing. Please, may I be alone for a while? I wish to bathe in the moonlight a little longer. Okay. Are we going? Oh, okay, here. Now I see a scene from a different room. Another group of men are gathered, mothering themselves while looking around. Since our Lord met with betrayal from our former allies and fell, leaving young Aritachi to take up his seat, it is a fact that the presence of Lord Sigen has provided much support to our men. Things are going to get a lot harder for us now. How is Princess Ray doing? She has sunken into a depression, looking at the moon all night, without once taking to her bed. We have but a few soldiers left between all of us and Lord Aritachi. What can we hope to achieve? We must protect Princess Ray. Though we stand on the back foot, her bloodline is the proof of our legitimacy. Indeed, but what of Lord Aritachi? He might have made a fine lord, if not for his crisis. He still yearns for the pen and his poems, and is not much of a warrior. His father and Lord Sigen must both have regretted their passing with the future of our land still so in doubt. I understand what you are saying. With our current lord and remaining numbers, we can't hope to maintain moral. But if we fall now, our righteousness, our justice will be trampled not to nothing. These are the things they are talking about. Other things also follow into me, the worries of the people, fragments of conversations and their concerned expressions. Everything speaks to the tension they hold towards the situation with the seemingly no resolution. In that moment, a mounted soldier arrives at the gate and starts knocking. He looks in terrible shape, like he barely escapes from the enemy. The soldier passes through the gate, unwraps the processively cradled piece of cloth, and offers Sigurd's sword to Aritachi and Princess Rei. He explains how it is the blade the Lord used it to commit his ritual suicide. Wow. This soldier was ordered by her father to bring the weapon to his daughter, and rode without pause to complete the task. The princess, who has been so stalwart until now, sees the sword and then breaks down, crying quietly. Without any time for serious grief, the soldier has another important piece of information. Enemy forces are approaching their position from 3 directions. They should come into view in any moment. Wow. They try to gather whatever forces they have, but Aritachi and his few remaining men are never going to offer effective resistance to this retreat. Time passes quickly, uncaring of their plight. Among the fragments I see of these events, one is Aritachi going to see the princess. The final battle is among us. Being of the bloodline of your mother, we have no idea what the enemy may do if they capture you. Should we face defeat, you need to be prepared to take appropriate action. Lord Aritachi, I have one important request. There's a long silence. I feel like I can see the candles in the room slowly burning shorter. I've been thinking one thing this entire time. I've become convinced it is your only choice. Please surrender to the enemy. If you continue this fight, more innocent lives will be lost and nothing more. Please choose to protect the lives of your living vassal and ministers. This seems like sudden development. I have no way of knowing the effect these words have on his heart. But however he might feel about the idea, even as such an ardent request from his wife, he can't possibly accept it in his position. This coming from the daughter of Sigurd, brave hero who died with honor? No, you think I'm coward too, do you? With my father and Sigurd gone, you still think I'm unworthy to stand in command of my men. His expression is not one of anger, but more of one of sadness, maybe even disappointment. No, that's not what I'm saying, please believe me. Do you think my father wished for our destruction? This is difficult to say, but my father had taken to saying something in his final days. That is anything were to happen to him. Just hearing that prompts Aritachi to hurry from the room. He orders the guards outside to lock the door and keep the princess inside until the fighting ends. The next morning, sunlight faintly illuminates the mountains from behind banks of the ash-gray clouds. The enemy forces spread into the distance, completely surrounding the fortress. Faces with these overwhelming odds, the fortress they are trapped inside looks like little more than a mud hut. A flash of light through the clouds illuminates the faces of the enemy, and taking that their signal they unleash a storm of flaming arrows. It also looks like a flock of lanterns I saw earlier, but this flock is filled with swirling intent of evil. It takes mere moments for the fires to spread, and the castle is thrown into chaos. Soldiers rush around with water, but further burning arrows rain down as quickly as the first fires can be extinguished, and the flames only grow higher. The gates and guards tower are aflame. If the enemy advances like this, Aritachi's forces will be unable to prevent them reaching the main keep. Amid the shouts of rage, anguish and despair, something untoward happens. A peal of thunder rolls out, so loud as to almost split the world. The clouds boil darker black, and a vertical torrent of rain begins to shaft down, blazing the castle at the foot of the waterfall. Neither side can maneuver in the downpour, and the ground quickly turns mud, causing forced ceasefire. The fires are all extinguished soon, but no one is celebrating. The issue is far greater than that of fire arrows and flames now. Once this rain stops, the enemy are going to pour in, and the trample the fort underfoot. That will bring an end to this long conflict. The rain seems heavy and hard to all underneath it. Then the strangely eldritch sound of a conch shell being blown rises up. From the misty forest in a different direction from the enemy, something shining darkly moves out towards the castle. Amid the downpour, 4 bearers with craft-covered heads and carrying plank badly over the rain-drenched ground, quietly walking towards the castle. The crowds shout at them to stop, asking them who they are, but the approaching men pay no heed. One of the soldiers dashes out to confirm who these newcomers are. After observing them for a while, sharing a few words, and checking inside the palanquin, the guard returns to report. Lord Aritachi, someone claiming to be monk asks for an audience with you. In the middle of this battle, some agent of the enemy, most likely. I inspected them all carefully and found no weapons. They repeated only that they serve no warrior and simply hope to bring some measure of aid to those who pray to God. If we allow an audience before the rain ends, the monk said, there might be a way for us to escape this predicament. Crafty dogs, just what are they after? Another peal of thunder rolls out, but for one moment, the clouds in one corner of the sky seem to part, and the rain seems to slow. Once the rain ends completely, the enemy will surely attack again. Aritachi looks off into the distance. To change the world and talk of poem with the people? My lord, nothing. You check for weapons, correct, and things like poisons too? Yes, a thorough inspection. Very well, let us see where this leads us. If they make any suspicious movements, cut them down where they stand. Prepare to admit them. The gates are open, and the unsettling black allowed admittance. A man with a black cloth wrapped around his head climbs out. He moves up to Aritachi and kneels. Remove your headcloth, I need to look upon your face. Of course, I apologize for any offense I may have caused. The man proceeds to use both hands to lift the cloth from his face. The recess inside looks old but has strangely lustrous skin. It is also completely hairless, with no eyebrows or even eyelashes. His expression is so fixed his mouth might be glued to his face, but his eyes are sparkling. He looks so strange. It sends a quiver through my soul, like something from another world, rather than a god that might save them. It looks more like an ancient of death himself has appeared among them. You do seem to be having some trouble here. The man gives a dry rasp of a laugh from deep inside his throat. I'm pleased you are so amused. We are merely humble monks, seeking to save as many as we can from this wild and dangerous world. Allow us to give our own prayer for this land of corpses. Just what are you planning? I will not allow any tricks. We are planning nothing, we assure you. My brothers and I seek only to save lives. This world is a place of spiritual training, overflowing with pain. To make your way through it and pray for others is also how we train. It seems you and your men are suffering most bitterly here. You hardly need eyes to tell that. Once this rain ends, the final battle will be engaged, and we will surely perish. The monk grasps out another laugh, and this proclamation from Aritachi. The men around him are disturbed by this, and some reach for their swords, but Aritachi stops them. The monks continues. Would you like to make a deal with our god? We have the power to offer such a bargain. A deal? We see everything. An evil spirit that would bring destruction to your house has been possessing you for a while now. We can seal this curse away. Think for a moment. You surely have some idea about what I speak of. An old blind minister speaks up. Perhaps in the times for your father, Aritachi, and your grandfather before him, we did prosper. But seemingly in one instant everything turned against us. Our enemies found all in their favor, and our most powerful warriors fell. I could believe it's the work of an evil spirit. Aritachi still doesn't seem to quite believe it. You are likely spinning this same tale to our enemies. What do you want? We want for nothing. Almost nothing. In order to grant your desire, there is one thing we would ask for. That is all. I knew it. And what would that be? We have precious little left to give. We do not seek treasures. We just ask that you and those who are saved must continue their spiritual training down to generations ahead. Which means what? I speak of when you are reborn again in the future. Really, it is nothing of significance. The true nature of this world is causality and karma. These things will simply appear as differing fluctuations. Be it causality or karma, the very moment we are living in now is within that same flow. We are those who gently insert their hands into the endless flow of that river, tilting our palms, changing its course ever so slightly, and creating, as a result, slight variation of causality via different present and future. the volume of water, its purity and impurities, none of these things are changed. The balance of the world is maintained, and yet the collapse of your house, the fall of your people, that can be avoided. Our prayers contain the possibility of that. If you are willing to feel the burden of karma and accept this, some measure of understanding of this world. All of those listening have puzzled expressions of their face, unable to make sense of what the monk is telling them. But when he talked about their escape from destruction, I felt the heart of everyone present skip a beat. The monk has woven quite a spell of words, stuff blinding his listeners with some kind of eldritch art. I can't believe this is so easily. Why would you do this? What do you want? Can you not feel it about us? We are those born between this world and the next. We intervene ever so slightly in this world, preventing souls from falling into the infinite darkness of causality. If you are unable to believe us, then that will be the end of it all. Damn, this has been a long chapter. Okay? Maybe you would accept it more easily if I told you what we create this downpour in order to give us the time to come and talk with you. You still hear the rain, do you not? And how is gross painter? If we leave this place, the skies will clear at once, and the enemy will attack with the dawn. If that is what you desire, we can arrange that easily enough. Aridachi and the ministers all look at each other. They still have feeling, rooted deep in their logic hearts, that all of this is too sudden and strange a thing to quickly believe. On the other hand, they clearly have no other way to be saved, and the incantation-like words of the monk have also affected them deeply. Very well, give your prayers. If nothing changes, your heads will fly. The monk gives satisfied nod, and the other four immediately begin the preparations. They begin to chant what sounds like some kind of spell, a long and unbroken piece of music. They start a fire, form a circle around it, and begin to pray. The ceremony continues through the night. Towards morning, the sky starts to brighten. It is the complete opposite of the day before, with clear skies completely free from clouds. The monks sit around the burned out fire, no longer moving. Aridachi and the others have been awake all night, watching them pray. And now the monks have stopped moving and talking completely. The other men quickly jump to their feet. Hey, have you completed your prayers? Aridachi grabs the robe of the monk. With a rustling sound, the headcloth and clothing drops to the ground in an empty pile. What is the meaning of this? They vanished. Where have they gone? Then one of the princess handmaidens rushes in, her face pale. Lord Aridachi, Princess Rei has suddenly taken ill. Please, you must come at once. He rushes to the princess's chamber. He opens the door to find her lying weakly on the bed, coughing and spluttering. When she notices him nearby, Princess Rei raises both of her arms. It looks like she can't even see, but she has sensed Aridachi by his body warmth and his breathing. She places both hands around his face, holding his cheeks. Then she speaks, her voice fading past. Lord Aritachi, forgive me. I understand everything now. This is some kind of punishment, of that I am sure. You have been so kind to the core of your soul, and I have continued to betray that kindness. Oh my God. What now? What are you talking about? Explain yourself, Princess Ray. I am Ray, daughter of Segan. Segan pretended to be a brave general in service to your father, but in actuality, he served your enemies. What? Not for his own selfish gain, though, Aritachi. That I have to believe. He wanted to end this fighting as quickly as possible and bring peace to this world. That has to be true. From as young as I can remember, my standing has been drilled into me, explained to me over and over what is the most important thing I must do, how to act while I am your bride, Lord Aritachi. Aritachi is unable to say anything and simply listens to the princess talk. Just once my father told me something most terrible. I will never forget the look on his face that day. If anything were to happen to him, if he were facing death at the hands of any of the sides, he would consider the situation at that time and send me a memento of his life. If my mother's hairpin arrived, he told me gently, I should join you and live in rightnesses at your side. But if his sword arrived, I should immediately use it to cut you down and then open the gates to the enemy. Okay. Aritachi saw the sword carried in by the messenger, and it is now in corner of the room. I wanted to save you. At the same time, I also wanted this conflict to come to an end as quickly as possible. I'm so glad I've been able to unburden myself like this. I hope that you will not hate me. Well, it's fine. Please hush now. I have one more thing. A signal my father told me about. The princess was told to use 2 smoke signals from the fort to inform the enemy. That would tell them to hold off the attack for a little while. Aritachi ordered the ministers to do just that. If that actually does stop the enemy attack, it will also prove that her father was colluding with the enemy. Princess Ray's voice gets even fainter and harder to hear. Aritachi moves his face closer to her mouth. She reaches into her clothing and takes something out, something small. Please take this with you. It's something passed down my mother's line, and it's an item used by the divine priestesses. I'm sure that it will guide you, Lord Aritachi. With that, she quietly expires. Aritachi gently lays her body down. The sky clears and the morning sun shines brightly down. The enemy do not move at all, however. The only sounds are the birds and the wind. But no, there is another sound. The crackling of the 2 signal fires. One of them is used to cremate the body of Princess Ray. Lord Aritachi, we need to go. I'm sorry, I can't go yet. Those who wish to depart may do so. Aritachi waits as long as possible to collect the bones of Princess Ray. As the smoke signals die down and the enemy can be seen preparing to attack again, he finally escapes through the rear gate. When Aritachi and few of his closest men slip away, the smoke is almost gone, and the enemy unleashes the rain of fire again. The air is dry today. The fort is swallowed by flames in an instant. That isn't all. The fire starts to spread to the forest Aritachi is fleeing into. The fire spreads fast. Their clothing charring, cinders flying through the air, the fire gradually closing in. They find one unburned corner and rush into it, desperately escaping. The enemy are already attacking the main keep, but they will soon realize it is empty and start after them. Aritachi and the others who escaped manage to meet up again. There are only a few dozen of them left. Then they begin their escape from this burning hell. There are young handmaids and elderly people among them too. Any who can't keep up are mercilessly left behind. They run for more than a week through the mountains. Some of the ministers cling to the idea of regrouping, finding friendly force they can join, and awaiting a chance to surge back into power. But as the food runs out and they find themselves drinking rainwater and chewing leaves just to survive, such bold talk fades away. They just want to avoid the enemy forces and find safe, quiet place, as they see the ones who walked beside them yesterday fall dead today, stumbling along in a hallucinatory haze until they tumble over a cliff. They switch over to a pure survival instinct, simply wanting to find anything, a hut, a hover, a pit in the ground, where they might live a little longer. Okay, well that's great. This took a turn, for sure. And I wanna see how many chapters there is to this thing. Okay, I think there's seven, seven chapters, and I have no idea. How many have we gone through? 5? Okay, well, I'm gonna at least complete this one and see which one is this. Okay. That was so long story though. And like completely different from the other stuff we've been through here. Okay, I'm guessing those people found this place. When the group can barely walk forward any longer, when their limits have seemingly gone, they find a valley with a small river babbling through it, finally bringing them clean water. They follow the river and the remaining member of Aritachi's party, only around 10 of them left, look down at small bay from a waterfall. They are saved, perhaps, although none of them can vocalize it in that moment. From deep in the mountain mists, the sunlight is rising over the horizon, making the water sparkle. There's flat land that looks perfect for growing some rice, and the calm bay is filled with fish that would be easy to catch. Okay, so they are the people. They search around carefully, confirming there are no dangerous animals or risks of enemies finding them here. They wash their clothing and bodies in the water, recovering themselves a little and finding some smiles. Okay. They make tools, cut down some trees, and make rough dwellings. Those with blacksmith and carpentry experience surviving the ordeal really saves them. To begin with, they are careful, even with lightning fires, worried about giving away their position, but no pursuit arrives. Aritachi orders the people to build a village. They gather herbs and mountain plants, catch fish, find crops they can cultivate and plant fields. The seasons turn, the years pass, and a small settlement is formed. With all the folk in the summertime, they named the place Summer Fog, Natsugiri. When a young couple marry and have their first child, there is much celebration. For many years, they held the fear that those who hunted disgraced warriors would arrive, but with the passage of time and no such occurrence, such worries fade away. They don't know for sure how far removed this land is from territory of their enemy, but it's quiet, rich in nature, and seems very safe. The people's heart gradually leave the tension of war behind, and just as Princess Rei and Aritachi had desired, they learned to enjoy poetry, singing, and stories, and to reveal it in the changing of the seasons. Okay, well, that was quite of a history lesson there. After more than 10 years, Aritachi is still single. He had been told that the karma would fall onto those who had been saved. He didn't know if that meant himself after reincarnation or his descendants, okay? But he is still fighting the pain of losing Princess Rei and the sadness at all the betrayal he had suffered, and he is fighting them alone. In summer, a few years later, one of those who had fled fear to Natsugiri dies of old age. Aritachi proposes that they send lanterns up into the sky in memorial for their fallen comrade. The descendants that they left behind might be born into suffering, right down to the end of their line. The lanterns therefore also contained the desire to ward off evil things like the smoke signals at the fort, and the hope of taking the departed soul to heaven. The number of lanterns grows in number each year by one, by two. Okay. Well. Eventually, it is 40 years since the refugees settled in Natsugiri. Aritachi is old now, and there are more young people living in the village, the children and grandchildren of those who came here first. The people are self-sufficient, not living rich lives, but peaceful ones. Okay. Two boys started to fight over one of the village girls. One of them took his grandfather's sword and killed the other boy. Everyone who was left behind was greatly saddened by this happening. Even though things seemed peaceful, it is impossible to completely remove the darkness from people's hearts. That added another lantern to be sent up into the sky. Wait a second. I am so confused at this point. 6 hours into the game and I'm still confused. There was another family with a parent and a child who couldn't get along, and the child left Natsugiri. The child didn't come back. No one living there knew what things were like outside the village. They gave up, thinking the child lost. Okay. Aritachi was still alone. With his crooked back, he climbed slowly up into the mountains. Okay, so we're going up here. Probably. Maybe. Was that a thingy? Yes, you are a thing. Okay. What a peaceful place. The squabbles may continue, but we feel completely separate from the world of conflict out there. Oops. I would have been so happy if Princess Ray could have been here with me. Was it a mistake to make that foolish deal? That was a question with no answer, and yet a question that circles inside his head every single day. Could he have persuaded her to run away with him? But there was no escape from his regrets. Were the descendants of these people going to be born here and then have to suffer in this peaceful place? He wanted the curse to end with his generation. Then he feels a presence at his back. He turns to see two women standing there, one wearing white and one wearing a black kimono. Who are you? No need to be surprised. We have watched over the priestess from this mountain since ancient times. Aritachi wonders if he's seeing things in his old age, or if maybe they are some kind of evil spirit. What do you mean, priestess? There's a sandal hill in the middle of the valley, correct? The priestess was buried there long ago. We are her protectors. This land has been uninhabited for hundreds of years. Since that time, you have achieved much in a short span. Well done. You aren't of this world, are you? Then you already see it, don't you? The foolish thing I did as a young man. I've lost so many precious things. I too will soon be gone. If possible, I wish to rise with that light up on into the heaven. Tell me, both of you, I have lived alone, in remembrance of those I've lost. Will the casualty surrounding me end with me? Will the children of this village live happy, blessed lives? That is an impossibility. You are cursed. All of you cursed. Oh, this is nice. Cursed to the end of each our lines. This is not limited to only you. It will appear in each of those who are born here. The suffering you have created will rain down on each of them. That is what you wanted. And it is not necessarily bad thing. Not a bad thing? How can you say that? What do you mean? Because that is already the nature of this world. You cannot be so naive. Indeed, you already know this truth better than most. Impurities may pool in one place, but in others the water runs clear. the entire river does not become polluted and does not become clean. The curse cannot muddy the waters. Sometimes dirty, sometimes clear, simply changing between those two alternate states. But foolish humans are unable to understand this. Okay. The two women, one in white and one in black, laugh with sounds like calling birds. Their voices blend into the forest, fading away, and then the two of them form a spiral in the air and vanish as well. Okay. Well, isn't that interesting? What then? So everybody in the village is cursed just because they born here? That is fantastic. Okay. As Aritachi comes down from the mountain, two cats cross in front of him. One white, one black. Okay, so these are the cats. Hello. Now I'm scared. Okay. For some reason I couldn't go down for a while. That's scary. Although this shouldn't be a scary game, I feel like somebody or something is gonna spook me any second. Okay, let's go here. Aritachi tells the people that they need to build a shrine up on the mountain, a place to wish for the peace of the residents of Natsugiri. That is the final command that he gives his people. Okay, great. Sounds awesome. Then what? Another lantern rises into the air, a big one, released by the people whose lives are now rooted in Natsugiri, with the hope of carrying Aritachi's soul away to the heavens. Okay, great. Oops, no need of crouching over here. It is followed by a second large lantern. This was something Aritachi asked for on his deathbed, to send another beautiful light into the sky for Princess Ray. Okay, how sweet. Although he got... Okay, Natsugiri Memory Fragment 6 complete. Okay, we're gonna fight this through, because there is just one chapter left. Okay, hello. It's nice and bright again. I'm back to myself. I can feel a cascade chirping again, right next to me, its body trembling. At the same time, I can feel few fish feeding on the weeds at the bottom of the waterfall bowl. What? The existence of myself fades, near and distant, my inside and outside, even the minds of other people, all of these things seem to become one in the same moment. There may have never been a me in the first place. That idea was just a momentary illusion, and this state is my true being. What? Oops, wrong thing. Okay. There is a man walking along in a daze. His eyes seem to be looking away into the distance at something that isn't there. He leaves the road and staggers along towards the beach. I hear him mutter, "I've lost everything," so sadly. He thinks back over his long and painful life. Okay, we're going to the beach. Oh my god. We're going to the beach again? Okay. I think we are. I heard something. Okay, maybe I didn't hear anything. He had a sickly but brilliant older brother who his parents gave all their love and attention. He wasn't very good at becoming close with other people and had very few friends. He had thought, perhaps entirely one-sidedly, that he might become friends with a boy called Masaki, but their relationship had soured after he had seen Masaki almost drown, but been unable to do anything to help him. Okay, so this is what we saw in the beginning. The boy drowning and then he got saved. A rift had formed in their friendship for a few years after that, but after a fought over something he couldn't even remember, they had started to talk again. He still wasn't sure if they had made a real connection. Okay. Oh, we are going to the beach. After that, the war had taken them both away from Natsugiri. He had survived and Masaki had not. Battered and worn down, the man had returned years later to this place to find his family all dead and his house battered husk. It has seemed like all hope was lost. This is so dark. Okay. But then he had met a wonderful woman from outside the town. His rough soul seemed to be saved by her. But after giving birth to their only daughter, the woman had passed away. Oh, oops. Well, that was my... Okay. Okay, well, that was that family. Oh. He managed to raise his daughter alone, but the stubborn streak he still carried forced her to leave Natsugiri, leaving him alone again. Yeah, that was the girl we helped to get away from here. Whatever he did, whatever he tried to do, he always seemed to end up in the same state. Was that his karma or karma to bear? His footfalls, the moisture in the air, the sound of the waves all feel heavy, like shackles in his soul. I've lost everything. What a nightmare this has been. He mutters again. Awakening from that nightmare, all he has left are memories of hollow suffering. That is great. Oh, sorry. He stands in front of the 6-Icho. He isn't praying, but just looking at them listlessly. He shows no emotion as he looks at the gentle faces of these gods said to offer their aid to all 6 worlds. Then he notices something. At the side of the 6-Icho, there's a small figure made by piling 2 river stones together. In front of it, A stunning yellow flower sparkles with morning dew. At the side, there's a small green dead with a truly mysterious sparkle to it. The man reaches out. The dead is cold with a color trapped deep inside, as though it encloses the abyss of space and the lives of men. In that moment, visions rise up inside him. He is shaken to his core. Tears flow out of his eyes. He isn't even sure why he feels so sad, isn't consciously aware of it. All sorts of scenes and vistas flow through him. This shrine is something he made when he was younger. He had completely forgotten about that too. Why though? Why would he forget such a thing? It feels like this shrine was very important to him, but who did he make it for? The man's memories sink even deeper into the depth of the jade Makatama. Then the voice of woman rings inside his head. We've finally been born in the same time again, and yet have to say goodbye so quickly. We will have to wait again, I'm afraid. But please don't forget me. That might be a hopeless request, but please remember me one day. His soul flies even further, clothing a place from hundreds of years ago, but a similar looking face. I will continue to save you. I will aid your soul. Remember that, if nothing else. He is unable to understand what she means, but he feels like he's heard these words before, like a memory buried deep inside the mists of the past. Sadness remains in his heart, like he's lost someone important. When he thinks on it now, that sadness feels like something he has carried with him for his entire life. Save me, you say? My life has been about losing everything. That's all. What have I ever had in my life? Am I wrong? His soul reaches the most distant plane. There, as though his awareness has suddenly been set free, he acquires a new perspective. Memories of trying to save Masaki from the river and dying himself. Memories of getting into a fight with Masaki by the river and their duel to the death. Memories of being captured in a distant land and failing to escape and being killed. Memories of being unable to relate to anyone in his hometown and ending his life alone in sadness. These things appear and then vanish again, being replaced with alternatives. After arriving in Natsugiri, looking like a pile of old mops, he meets a wonderful woman who would later become his wife. His daughter hated him and left as a result, but is living her life happily in some country overseas. All of these things are a result of something saving him from life that he thought was filled with nothing but pain and sadness. Then he comes back to the memories from his youth, the day he fought with Masaki by the river. They found the Magatama, glowing with a strange light on the ground. When he touches it, more visions flow into him. Who is this? I can see someone important to me. It's all so blurry. I can't see her face, but it makes me feel so warm. Masaki, take this, have a look. He passes the Makatama over. Whoa, you're right. She's so far away. Looks like she's about to vanish, but it's her, the girl who disappeared. I forgot all about her. It feels like I'm about to forget her again, completely forget. It's no good, she's fading away. Are we going to forget her forever? Hey, We should make a grave for her, so we don't forget. At the side of the six Hicho, let's make a grave, so we can look at it and always remember her. If we do that, we won't forget. We'll put this Magatama there too. It'll work. We remember. Okay, let's go. To make sure we don't forget. And at the lantern tomorrow, we'll send up one big lantern, just for her. Don't forget, Masaki. Yeah, I'm not gonna forget. As they walk toward the Shicho, their memories gradually fade, and without even being sure why they are doing it, they pray to the Shicho, those gods who will protect people whatever world they are in. Pile up the river stones, place the green bed beside them, and then place yellow flowers there too, praying to the precious life that they have already forgotten. Wow. Yes. Yes, of course. The old man raises his wrinkled hand, thrusting the Magatama towards the heavens. We start to rise up towards the heavens, twisting and swirling in the air. Our combined minds and Natsugiri memory fragments become two large balls of light. Great. They blend and merge away into the heavens. Nostalgic train, two fluctuations. The end. Oh my goodness. Well, this was something else. It's funny, there's games that you play and you forget those games in a week or two. I think this is gonna be one of the games that I'm gonna be thinking a lot what actually happened in these 6 hours. It was something. Thank you for everybody that was there on the chat, keeping me company, watching this. You probably don't have to play this by yourself anymore, because this was it. Of course, there's the free mode. You can always hop into it, into the world, and just free roam. And it's weird that it says continue. Can I still continue? Anyways, this was it. This is the end of this story and this stream. Thank you. See you on the next one. Bye.